Protected. Ethos. Fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
You log into your DSP. It's confusing. Where do you build a campaign? Where's the report? Targeting's vague, CTV's tacked on and overpriced. Then you find Viant. Setup? Just a chat prompt. AI does the rest. Targeting? People-based and precise across premium publishers. Measurement? Transparent, outcome-driven. And CTV? We've led since streaming meant something. Viant is the DSP that actually gets advertising. Still trading on a desk? Visit Viant.ai to unlock real results today.
At Crash Proof Retirement, we understand that out of all the threats to your retirement future, your health is the greatest. That's why our firm offers unique asset-based long-term care strategies to provide financial stability to our clients, like Donna McMacken.
70% of people will one day need long-term care. I went through this with my mother. I had to liquidate all of her assets and sell her house, and I don't want that for me. Should the need arrive, the long-term care policy that I have through Crash Proof covers $9,000 per month in care. Should I be fortunate and not have to use that, it goes to my beneficiaries. I've been with Crash Proof since 2013, and still I've never paid them a fee.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club, July 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Summer's coolest mattress deals are going on now at Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale. This summer, save up to $1,000 on select mattresses. And say goodbye to hot sleep and save up to $500 on the best-selling Tempur-Breeze collection. Plus, feel the freedom to snooze now and pay later with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Better sleep starts at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Hi, this is Merrill Reese. My wife Cindy and I had a new roof installed by Impriano Roofing, Siding, and Windows, and we're delighted. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for over 5 decades. If you need a new roof, call Jack Impriano Roofing. Online at Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. It's good to hire Jack and his team. Remember, the best homes have an Impriano roof.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Ton of breaking news to get to. Hey, Dawn Stensland at Dawn Stensland. Thanks for being on YouTube. You can see my new birthday shirt from St. Stacia. Love you, Stacia. Thank you. Juneteenth, we'll talk about it. Obviously, stock market, banks, postal service, your trash service, everything is off today. Everybody gets off today, except for us. We're working for you. And all eyes right now on the White House as President Donald J. Trump weighs whether or not he will carry out direct strikes on Iran. Leaders from the UK, Russia, China, Germany, and well beyond that, weighing in on the growing conflict, which is showing no signs right now of de-escalating. And so what are those chances at diplomacy? We know Trump has looked at the plans, and so he's holding, not showing his cards. Will he or won't he? That's where we are right now. Urgent international calls for restraint. That's what's happening right now. The UN as well, calling for some kind of a peace deal and a de-escalation, but that hasn't happened as of yet. I'll get into it as we look at the geology behind Fordo, this mountain, this fortress that I've been talking about since first thing 6 a.m. Monday morning on Kale and Company. And the rock that holds that mountain is a critical kind of rock. And that's part of the broader discussion. So we'll get into all of that for you. We also want to talk about what's happening with money, with budget. So I'll headline that one for you. And that is that, and I'll talk about Pennsylvania's budget really quick, just headlining it for you. As we think about what the Fed was going to do, you heard live here, we took President Trump as he was holding an impromptu news conference. We'll get to that in a second. But as he was doing that, he had talked about Jerome Powell. I think he already knew what was going to happen. And unfortunately, as I think Trump knew was going to happen, the Fed just held the rates even. Now, Trump, has lobbied him to lower interest rates, lower by a point or at least a half a point. But we just played it moments ago in the Big Three earlier, and that was the Fed chair said, no, he's worried about what's to come with the tariffs. Is it his job to worry? Because in my humble opinion, dude, look at the economy. He admitted the economy is so strong right now. Everything is better than expected. But he's saying, well, I'm going to worry about months down the road, maybe 3-6 months. And so for that reason, he's holding the rates. And I'm sure that President Trump,
stupid person. But
yeah, Trump had said, I wish I could do this. But let me get into the bigger, broader story, because I'm limited in my time, because we have to hit Paula Scanlon, as you well know Paula by now, and we have some updates for you. Let's get into this, because I want you to think about why Trump was out there yesterday, and that it was important that we carried it. And it's about patriotism. It's about honoring the flag. We just had Flag Day, which was, and the U.S. obviously commemoration, the birthday of the U.S. Army, if you will, 250 years. All of that last weekend was a huge kickoff. I've talked to Monica Crowley, right? That we are planning here in Philadelphia our nation's birthday celebration, a celebration of democracy, our great republic. And so Donald J. Trump had given this gift of these flags and wondered aloud, and we played it for you live yesterday, he wondered aloud, why? Why in the world don't they have the celebration of Old Glory? If you've never visited the Betsy Ross house right here in Philadelphia, you have to do it. Take your kids. I took my boys when they were younger. It's just so great. But you think about this. Trump is a patriot. And he said, why don't we have these big, beautiful flag poles with these huge flags waving on the north lawn, the south lawn? And that was what was going on yesterday, as he was honoring that. In a moment, I want to contrast what this idiot on late night TV last night, I want you to hear this as he says, Trump was playing with his flag poles. And I think dishonoring the patriotism, dishonoring the flag. That's how I see it. Jimmy Kimmel, he thinks he's so funny, really dumping on and dunking on President Trump's gifts to the nation of these beautiful flag poles honoring the flag and what it stands for.
Again, it's not the time you'd want to be president of the United States. I mentioned last night, Trump, who is the president, left the G7 conference a full day early. The other world leaders assumed he left to work on a ceasefire in the Middle East, but Trump denied that. He said it has nothing to do with the ceasefire, much bigger than that. And today, we know what it was he was working on. He posted this: "It is my great honor to announce that I will be putting up 2 beautiful flagpoles on both sides of the White House. It is a gift from me. These are the most magnificent poles made. They are tall, tapered, rust-proof, rope inside the pole, and of the highest quality. Hopefully they will proudly stand at both sides of the White House for many years to come." Wow. Tall, tapered, rust-proof flagpole. You know he must love him, because it's the same way he describes his son Barron. As promised, his Majesty was out on the White House lawn this morning doing the important work of presiding over the planting of his magnificent poles. And to answer a question he has often asked himself about the White House, which is, why doesn't it have a flagpole from the grass?
I've always said, why doesn't it have a flagpole from the grass? They call it a flagpole from the grass. They have a little one on top, very little one. This is about the largest you'll ever see, and it's tapered. It's at a quality that you guys rarely get to even put up.
So, by the way, it sure sounds like a laugh track to me. Jimmy Kimmel, not funny. And let me just say this. I hope you, Jimmy Kimmel, and I want everybody to go on social media and demand that Jimmy Kimmel apologize for disrespecting the flag. Right after Flag Day, right after this great patriotic display, Jimmy Kimmel, you need to apologize for disrespecting the U.S. flag, all the lives sacrificed for our freedoms, and apologize, much like you had to apologize back in the day, when you wore blackface in those ugly sketches. What a sicko psycho. You think that's funny and you had to have a laugh track inserted? I want you to watch this, and he should watch this. This video that went viral, and I reposted it, many of you did, of why the flag, our flag of the United States of America, the stars and the stripes, should never be disrespected.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Please go like, subscribe, and click the bell for notifications.
Before you go, was there something I could have said to make your heart beat better? If only I'd have known you were the storm to weather. So, before you go, was there something I could have said to make it all stop hurting? It kills me how your mind can make you feel so worthless. So, before you go, we'll be better off by now if I let my walls come down.
And so that video, and I hope if you're listening, you'll take a moment to watch it. We'll put out this segment. But what you're seeing family members, mostly widows, as they're receiving the flag or greeting that flag-draped coffin of their now deceased husband, family member, and it just hits you right in the heart. And that's what Jimmy Kimmel doesn't get. In his wealthy bubble, he thinks he's so funny, just like he thought he was so funny when he wore blackface. Those were racist, sexist sketches that he was a part of back in the day. And so now for him to disrespect the flag, and he thinks he's so funny, I'd just like to wipe that smirk right off of his face. It's not funny. Apologize, Jimmy, because it is never funny to disrespect the flag, because it stands for those who've made the ultimate sacrifice for our freedoms. And that's not funny. Not ever. You're not funny.
Is he under the impression they're growing these flagpoles? Because what a jerk.
No, you're the jerk, Jimmy. You're the jerk. And President Trump, by the way, he is beloved. His poll numbers, if you look at the latest numbers, they grow phenomenally every day, all the latest polls. Because guess what? Trump understands the American spirit, the American people. And he did not create this environment. He answered the call to duty. And I thank God for President Donald J. Trump. I know you do too. 855-839-1210. We're going to get to it with Paula Scanlon right around the corner. Thank you for being here. Be right back.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-472-0467. 800-472-0467. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-472-0467.
It's the perfect time to get inside a new Toyota at Tri-County Toyota. Right now, you can get great financing options on a new 2024 Tacoma, like 1.99% for 48 months, or 2.99% for 72 months. Or check out a new 2025 Camry and get 4.99% financing for 60 months, or 5.99% for 72 months, or lease for $299 a month. And you get Tri-County for life with the purchase of every new or used vehicle. Visit us online at TriCountyToyota.com to see more.
Want money back for your home improvement projects this summer? Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your York certified comfort experts. Family owned and operated, serving Montgomery and Bucks counties for over 50 years. With 24/7 service and trained technicians, CNC will make sure your system is running efficiently all summer long. Refer a friend, and if they purchase a new full HVAC system, you both receive money back as a thank you for supporting our family-owned business. Schedule an estimate today at cc-hvac.com/referral.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
I'm Bobby Finger.
And I'm Lindsay Weber. Our podcast, Who Weekly, is everything you need to know about the celebrities you don't. Think of us as your cheat code to People Magazine, your glossary for Hollywood, a shortcut to understanding pop culture at large.
For the past 8 years, Who Weekly has been telling listeners everything they need to know about the celebrities they don't.
Who Weekly airs twice weekly with brand new episodes on Tuesdays and Fridays. Listen and follow Who Weekly, an Odyssey podcast, available now for free on the Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
The working families of Laluna Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. When it comes to your teeth, you deserve more than just a quick fix. That's why you should call my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. I recently talked to Joyce, a listener. She had another dentist tell her to get dentures. She wasn't having any of that. She said she may be vintage, but not old. She met with Dr. Bentz and his team and now is very happy with her dental implants. The dentist you choose does matter. Call Dr. Bentz, 610-272-6949 or BentzDentalGroup.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
In what age do you think most trans kids determine that they're trans?
Violet told us when she was 1.5. She's been telling us since she could speak. So she knew since birth.
What motivated you to come out here today?
We're supporting our child, Violet, and her access to the medical care that she needs.
So what you're watching, and some of these interviews are just, if you watch this, and I find them disturbing as we see parents of children very young promoted to go through altering medications, surgeries. We've talked a lot about the Supreme Court ruling, the SCOTUS ruling. It was breaking news during the Dawn Show here yesterday, as the Supreme Court has voted on the side of protecting children. These are children as young as 7, 8 years old from things like puberty blockers, and as well then from those invasive surgeries, cutting off girls' breasts or their private parts in highly invasive, involved surgeries that then would involve months and months of recovery. And you think about tubes, a bag they'd have to wear for their excrement. I mean, that's what's going on here. And it's incredible when you look at the media coverage on this issue, as the media really had a meltdown yesterday as they said, oh, it's a stunning defeat and a major setback for trans rights. Never mentioning this has nothing to do with adults. Any adult, you be you, if you want to go through an invasive surgery and pay for it. No. This has to do with children, some of them grade school level children. And so that was a landmark ruling. Tennessee, I know I talked about it yesterday, and we talked a lot about it this morning, but an important ruling that now essentially will be the law of the land. And certainly in those states like California, where parents saw their children taken away from them, young kids taken away. And so it also has a parental rights aspect to it that hasn't been discussed as much. And then, of course, remember, we in New Jersey, in our region, we have one of only 2 gubernatorial elections upcoming this fall. It's going to be here before we know it. And so we want to talk about getting out the vote. Will New Jersey go red? And so that's a huge issue that's making national news. So to discuss all of this, we wanted to check in with our friend, and this is former University of Pennsylvania swimmer and sports star Paula Scanlon, who you remember, we followed her journey as she had testified before Congress about the problems with having trans athletes, for example, in women's sports. And this really activated, I will say, our brilliant UPenn grad, Paula Scanlon, who now is somebody who is leading the way, if you will, helping to lead the way to energize New Jersey voters out there. And so, Paula, it's great to have you back here again and update what's going on with you, what's going on in New Jersey, and then your reaction as well to that SCOTUS ruling that was breaking news at this time yesterday. Hey, you, how are you?
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for having me back on.
Absolutely, Paula. So first go ahead. We lost your audio. Do we have her?
Uh-oh.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, my goodness. I'm so sorry.
Let me check with that one.
All right, we'll check on it. So Paula Scanlon, and we get her, and then it's like a tease, right, that we get her. And so we just want to update this as we do have some developing news to report. I think that I think you're going to like the news as far as getting out the vote and voter registration numbers. And we have some new numbers with voter registration in New Jersey. This has been something that, we've talked to Scott Pressler about for a long time.
Should be good now.
Hey, Paula. Sorry about that.
Hey, Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. Maybe some cellular issues.
The Russians. So you were saying, and I should say you're working with you're helping lead the way with Early Vote Action that's organizing conservatives and getting out independent voters and maybe new voters to make sure that they are all registered and good to go for this fall.
Absolutely. I mean, that's something we've been working so hard on, is just getting on the ground and talking to the people in New Jersey and seeing what's going on. And people are really fed up with so many different policies. But what's so interesting is something that comes up all the time is the transgender issue. People are afraid of what's being taught in the public school system. People are afraid of losing custody of their kids. I mean, even in New Jersey, there have been many instances of male inmates saying that they're a woman and then going and moving into the women's prison. I mean, that is the type of thing that's what's happening in New Jersey. And really the people are tired. And so we're tapping into that and we're trying to make change. And now the primary is over. We have a Republican candidate for the fall, Jack Ciattarelli, and we're going to work as hard as we can to get him elected.
And so I know that, you and I saw Scott Pressler had put out there, see you at the Jersey Shore this summer, registering those voters. What's going on in New Jersey right now? Are you encouraged by what you're seeing with especially those independent voters or people who just kind of gave up hope, and whether they're a registered Republican or they were never registered at all, don't believe in the system? What's going on with New Jersey right now?
Yeah, people are really tired, and I think we had an early stage poll that was pulling Jack Ciattarelli, the Republican, behind the Democrat, but it was only 3 points behind. And this same time 4 years ago, we were polling 15 points behind. So this is showing the independent voters, the people who generally don't participate in elections, they're tired of seeing what Phil Murphy's done to New Jersey, and they're tired of Democrat leadership. And again, we have seen so many people get registered. I think one of the biggest things that we've noticed actually is these 17, 18-year-olds who are going to be eligible to vote for the first time this November. They were young students during COVID that dealt with the COVID lockdowns. My cousin went to high school in New Jersey, and I heard endless stories of how terrible being a high school student was during the COVID pandemic under Governor Murphy. In fact, my home state of Connecticut, where I went to high school, I even heard of people from New Jersey coming to Connecticut to do activities because even though Connecticut is a left-leaning state, our COVID policies were still that much better than those in New Jersey. And so we're tapping into really those voters. And again, a lot of these young people, they were school-aged children during COVID, and they did not like what they had to deal with.
And so what do you think is, I mean, we've talked about the schools, the shutdowns, the rain. I think of Rich Zioli with the trumpets. We'll never forget that with this now outgoing governor, Phil Murphy. But as far as activating these first-time voters, how is that going for you? Because I know that that's something that you're working on, just to try to inform, educate, and get people to register.
Yeah, there's just so much untapped potential. I think the biggest thing that we're seeing here is just how many people don't participate in elections. That's really been the thing we're going into, trying to convince people that have never voted before, because obviously the Democrats have an advantage. They have more registered Democrats in the state of New Jersey than we have Republicans, but that doesn't mean that we can't win, because the untapped potential is so much larger than that deficit. And so that's something we've been really focusing on. And again, it's just tapping into what people are dealing with. And again, the majority of people in New Jersey are tired of this. They're tired of the spending going up. They're tired of Democrat leadership. They're tired of what's going on in the school systems. I mean, there's so many different issues we can look at. And again, really just talking to individual people, understanding what issues directly relate to them, and then telling them why the Republican candidate is better suited for whatever that personal problem is. And again, everyone has a different reason and that they want to vote, and everyone has a different issue that speaks to them more personally.
And I encourage, you have a ton of followers on social media, but it's Paula Y. Scanlon, I noticed, and this is on X, but I did notice this morning I was pulling up your feed, and there are all these imitators trying to, I guess, confuse people who want to follow you. That's a good sign, a badge of honor, but no doubt politically motivated. But your pinned X tweet that was, from June 13th, which was obviously last Friday, was, okay, but is anyone going to apologize for forcing us to undress with him 18 times a week? And that was responding to a New York Post article about Thomas, Leah Thomas, formerly Will Thomas, failing in that challenge to the rules that bar Thomas from the Olympics. And so have you received an apology from anybody, you or your fellow swimmers at that time at UPenn?
We have not. And it's interesting because the Department of Education actually had ruled that the University of Pennsylvania owed us a written apology. That was a couple of months ago at this point. And there's been crickets. I mean, we haven't heard anything from the University of Pennsylvania. We haven't heard anything from USA Swimming or even the NCAA or any of these individuals that allowed this to happen. I mean, there have been many lawsuits, none of which I'm a part of, but there's just been no response. It's really just been not my problem. Every single person who allowed this to happen has been punting the problem to somebody else. The University of Pennsylvania constantly says it's an NCAA policy issue. The NCAA says, well, the governing bodies or the Olympic Committee or whoever, the Olympic Committee will punt back down to the lower governing bodies. I mean, not a single person who has been responsible for this has taken any accountability, saying, hey, we messed up. This is wrong. The science was wrong. I mean, not that there really was any science to allow this, but whatever science they were using to say men and women can be the same. But again, there's been no accountability, no apologies, and these individuals really don't care about women, and they allow this to keep happening. And this is still happening across the country, unfortunately, and even internationally.
Yeah. Yeah. Can I ask you why are you you're so busy or not litigious, or were you asked to sign on? Because there are active lawsuits that I've, reported on there in the Inquirer and so on.
Yeah, I'm not here to throw shade at any individuals or any of these people that have come out of the woodworks, but I was not asked or approached to be a part of any lawsuit at any point in time. So that's the real reason why I'm not on any of these, but it doesn't change the fact that we're all on the same team and we're going to keep fighting. And absolutely, these people deserve to be held accountable, and that's done through lawsuits a lot of the times.
Yeah, unfortunately, that, like Zioli says, the lawyers always win. I wanted to get through this as you look at, for example, talking about what's going on in the headlines, and you had put out, I'm looking at it. Thanks to my buddy Tim Sheehy, MT, for standing up for the troops who were screwed over by Biden's vaccine mandates. I mean, this is something going back to what you were talking about with mandates in New Jersey, in fact. It was something that we saw. I recently told the story to some newer colleagues who didn't realize that to go back to work or come into the city or go to a restaurant in Philadelphia, as you know, I had to go to the convention center. They had the National Guard, and I got the jab, if you will, that I was Pfizered, but I couldn't have gone to work. But for the military and then our first responders as well, they were all forced. And so many people, I mean, looking back on that, do you think that kind of sentiment is something that weighs on voters as they will head to the polls in New Jersey this fall?
I hope so. And it's still something I hear. And oftentimes when I talk to people that I've met over the last couple of years working in the political space, I always ask people, what was your turning point, right? What turned you over to say, I can't vote for Democrats anymore? And I'm oftentimes when I ask this, I'm expecting to hear the trans issue. I'm expecting to hear men and women's sports. And while that is a really popular topic that turned a lot of people away from the Democrat Party, I hear about COVID. That is the number one thing. People said, well, we saw what happened. We felt like our rights were violated. I lost my job. I mean, I've heard from doctors and nurses that were fired, or regular people that were fired from their jobs for not being vaccinated. I mean, we dealt with the same thing in college, the University of Pennsylvania. They had mandates for vaccines. And since we were on a sports team, they said if anyone is unvaccinated on your team and someone tests positive on the team, our entire season could be suspended, and we weren't allowed to compete anymore. I mean, that is what they were putting on us for something that, yes, while very dangerous for people that are older or have other immunocompromised issues, it was not a big risk for young, healthy college athletes, yet they were treating it as if one person on your team tests positive, it's never ending. And that is something I think people in New Jersey saw, and I think we're going to continue to remind them what happens under failed Democrat leadership. And again, I think the people of New Jersey really got hit hard, and same thing with the city of Philadelphia. I felt that personally living there at the time. But there's just so many different things to point to. And I think, again, we have a lot on our side to really win this and to really turn voters.
When I look at your life story, and I saw, at the beginning of the year, I love all your posts on social media, and they're just intelligent and funny and show your great personality. But you reintroduced yourself. Hi, my name is Paula. I'm 24. I went to high school in Connecticut. My dad's from the Northeast. My mom immigrated and is a legal immigrant here from Taiwan. And you talk about your journey that in 2016, when you were in high school, that in fact you were kind of, canceled or red pilled because all you were just asking the question about checks and balances. And I think about, Paula Scanlon, you'll probably be, I don't know, senator or governor or president someday. I really believe that, as we have so much fun watching you in your career now after graduating college and moving on. But when you someday, the Paula Scanlon in the future, whatever it is that you end up doing, I wonder what you'll say looking back as to how this historic movement affected kids in high school like you, what happened, then what happened to you in college, then even your friendship and meeting people like Riley Gaines. I think you guys have kind of become roomies at some point, as you've been traveling together sometimes and talking about protecting women and girls in sports. I just ask you to look to I don't usually ask hypotheticals, but, what will the Paula Scanlon, 20 years in the future look back and looking back at this time of this Trump era, and what will she say?
Oh, well, there's so many things. I could probably write a book answering that question. But, a lot of the things everything we went through was very unfortunate, right? I can't even explain and put into words how isolating it was that season on the team with Leah Thomas, and how I lost friends, how I had teammates that didn't want anything to do with me, that I had lifelong friends, even family members that thought my viewpoints were disgusting for simply stating I didn't want a man undressing in my locker room. And while all of that was very unfortunate, and I would never want anyone to go through that, it's really brought me to exactly where I needed to be, and that's how I know, God has a plan that's much bigger than anything I even knew at the time. But I'm grateful for it. I'm grateful for all of the people that I've gotten to know. I'm grateful for all the friendships that I've made that I never would have met otherwise. And the one thing I will just kind of leave this on is you never regret being yourself and being true to who you are. A couple of months ago, I bumped into a friend from college that I hadn't seen upon graduating. And he told me, he said, I see how much you've changed and how much happier you are now in just being honest with who you are and how free you are, because all my friends saw firsthand how isolating it was to have to hide your viewpoints and have to conform to something. And I think that's really been the biggest growth that I've seen in myself, is just not conforming. It's to saying what you truly believe and not worrying about what other people think about you, and not worrying about, what you might lose, because in reality, you have much more to gain being true to who you are than you have to lose. And that's something I didn't realize early on. So that really is my biggest change, and that's something I'll take with me wherever it is that I go, whether it be in the next 2 years, the next 10 or 20. And it's not something I regret. And oftentimes a lot of people do ask me, do you regret speaking out? Do you regret how it's changed the course of your life? I mean, I was working as a product manager with my engineering degree, and people are like, you completely changed the trajectory of where you are. Do you regret that? And the answer is always no, because whatever happens and whatever might happen in the future, I was true to who I am and what I believe in, and that's not something I will ever regret.
Beautifully said. Paula Y. Scanlon, if you want to follow her at Paula Y. Scanlon, APP Project, the American Principles, and as well the New Jersey coordinator for Early Vote Action. I hope that we follow up. It's great to catch up with you, Paula Scanlon, just a great patriot. Thanks, Paula.
Absolutely appreciate you guys.
Take care, Paula. Paula Scanlon. So you can track her, follow her. I know she and Scott Pressler have had different events trying to get people out, get the vote out, registration, all of that. And if you have thoughts about anything she said, isn't she just great? I'm a Paula fan for sure. So thank you for booking her again, Dan Borowski. And just if you remember, my relationship with her started back in the day, and this was that great event in Bucks County many of you attended, where she was speaking personally about this and trying to get out the vote. So somebody who certainly was activated, and really another person who feels called, a real calling to this, and really just to shining a light on what's really going on. So, man, speaking of that, we do have a lot going on. I have a lot to update you on. Thanks for being here, 855-839-1210. And for those of you on YouTube, appreciate the chat. We'll reference some of you as well. I'll get to that. Got to talk about the fact that I'm broadcasting Odyssey World Headquarters right here in the heart of Philadelphia from the Piazza Auto Group studio. And this is exciting news about my friends from Piazza. You know, Acura, they were just recently named America's Best Value Luxury Brand in Kelley Blue Book's 2025 Consumer Choice Awards. What does that mean? It means top performance, cutting-edge tech, unmistakable style, all with long-term value that you can trust. So from the sporty Integra to the all-new ADX, Acura, delivering more for your drive and for your dollar. Just visit them, Piazza Acura, either in Ardmore, Reading, Westchester. You can always go online, piazzaacura.com, Piazza, piazzaacura.com for all those special offers that they update. Thank you, Piazza Auto Group. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I've been a fan of Bob's Little Sports Shop in Glassboro forever, and I'm so excited that they've got an amazing anniversary coming up. 60 years in business, 60 years of standing up for freedom and liberty and your rights. So join their staff June 24th through the 28th for specials throughout the store. Bob's Little Sports Shop will have a limited number of very special commemorative Henry rifles for sale. So get in and check out their incredible inventory and this milestone event of 60 years being celebrated all throughout June, and with a special week of sales from June 24th through the 28th. Military discounts available. Visit bobslittlesportshop.com for more details and come see them on Delsea Drive in Glassboro. They're open daily Tuesday through Saturday. bobslittlesportshop.com. They're my store. In one visit, they're going to be your store too. Great people, responsible gun ownership, protect our freedom, protect our liberty. bobslittlesportshop.com. This ad sponsored by Bob's Little Sports Shop.
Big news! Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange, and millions like you are joining our news revolution. Newsmax is now the 4th highest rated news channel, just behind CNN. Reuters says we're one of the top news brands in America. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and more. So download our free Newsmax app on your smartphone or TV and start watching. President Trump says Newsmax is truly terrific. Get the free Newsmax app and check out Newsmax shares on the stock exchange. Go to newsmaxinvest.com. That's newsmaxinvest.com. This is not an offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such an offer would be unlawful.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
When the stock market becomes too volatile, investors who try to get out are met with the same excuses from their broker. You're in it for the long haul. Stay the course. Don't sell now. You'll miss out on opportunity. But crash-proof consumers are not worried about market volatility.
Kathleen Ralke from Langhorne, PA. I've never liked the stock market, that it goes up and down, and seems to me it goes down more than it's up. With the crash-proof retirement system, we've gotten over 10% this year. The market can still go down, but I don't lose any of that money. And it's no fees charged to that. I benefit in the good times, and in the bad times, I'm not losing money. It's not too good to be true. We're living proof of it. It works.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club, July 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Beat the heat with Window Nation's semi-annual sale. Get 60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house full of windows. Plus, no money down, no interest, and no monthly payments until 2027 and a lifetime warranty. Hurry, sale ends June 30th. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Excited that summer's here. Excited to head down to the shore to Mulligan Shore Bar in Wildwood Friday, June 20th. We're going to solve the sauce versus gravy debate once and for all, but you have to be there in person to vote, plus the Elvis debate. And yes, it's Dom Giordano Day. Our headliner, Scott Presler, will be there. Get the fun, the food, the drink too at our summer White House, Mulligan Shore Bar, 310 West Hildreth Avenue in Wildwood. Tomorrow, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Couple of updates moving forward, we want to talk about, are we going to talk about Jack Ciattarelli? Because your music is more...
Yeah, it's usually what let's talk about Jack. That's
all right. Because I thought
it's become a theme when we talk about Iran and Israel, right?
So we will update that as you know what's going on with the White House. All eyes on the White House. I will get to the rock type, the rock formation, because I'm so into this, and we were the first ones, even before the networks. I'm going to say this, and you tell me if I'm wrong. I did not see anybody talking about Fordo as far as those super penetrative, if you will, those Moab, M-O-A-B-B, the mother of all bunker busters. But we're learning more about Fordo, and the actual geologists are talking about the rock formation and why this is very tricky, and why more and more, the more I look at this, you realize that if they really want to bust up that fortress in that mountain in the 100 miles south of Tehran, they need this one specific specialty weapon. And so that has our fingerprint as America. And so that's part of this debate. So we'll get into all of that. But I want to get into, and maybe he's the bunker buster of, Republican leaders who can do be the mother of all busting up the Democrat monopoly that has had a hold on the governor's office in New Jersey. And the important piece of this, is that this is the most powerful, to Springsteen, the most powerful governor, because as we've talked about, other governors have some checks and balances, but in New Jersey, they should have a No King's Day in New Jersey and talk about the governor. Governor Phil Murphy was the closest thing to a king. If we want to, not that I'm really like that, because obviously he's elected, so you get what you get what you deserve, I guess, in New Jersey. But he really has been.
Sorry, who are you
an
talking
emperor?
about?
Phil Murphy, New Jersey. Yeah. That was the whole.
Got to wait for it all now, Don. You mentioned it. King Murphy. Sorry.
King Murphy, as Rich Zeoli has labeled him, right? The emperor has no clothes, and we know that now. But King Murphy, he deserves the No King's Day. He probably, I bet you he shuddered a little bit, New Jersey, when he saw No King's Day, because he thought like Zeoli had organized it nationally against him. Maybe he thought that because he's the king.
Run in the opposite direction.
Right? During the pandemic. Remember that whole, sometimes we have to do look backs just to remind ourselves of how bad it was. And remember the gym owners, you never hear how they mysteriously like flooded. They had the health department bust open the door, and then the sewer line somehow flooded. Remember that? The gym and the whole Atlas gym thing, that was crazy. And how vindictive New Jersey. I mean, he was vindictive. Remember that? And I still think some of the Wildwood businesses, they went after them. Remember that? That was all vindictive. That's what a king does. He's the real king, not. But let's go to this. Where do you want to go?
This new ad is
Girelli?
actually, I love this new Giordano ad that he just put out, because it does such a good job of capturing the online mentality, the meme mentality, because what he does is he takes a clip of The Point with Marsha Kramer, in which Mikey Sherrill's a guest, and she's asked if there's one issue that she wants to address first if she's elected governor. What would that be? And Dawn, listen how long it takes for an answer. Mm-hmm. Here you go.
If you could pass one piece of legislation,
what would it be?
Wow, I would love, that's a really good question, because there's so many that are coming to mind right now. But right now, I would love at this point to pass legislation to just send a federal block grant back to states, back to the state of New Jersey, to run some really key programs and innovate on them.
And then it zooms out on the television, and that's the end of the ad. But it includes, if you weren't watching on YouTube, the meme of the person thinking with the math equations coming over them and fading on top of their faces. They try to figure out what they want to answer with. They put that over Mikey's face, and I think it's a really well done ad by Giordano.
It is, because it's in her own words. And here you have, and she's a elected representative. It's not as if she's a newbie to the scene or she has never, thought about legislation. She's a congresswoman, right? And so you think about all the interviews we do and just pick an interview at any day part, starting at 6:00 in the morning, because we're live, local, conservative talk radio, talk 1210, talk, I said.
Hey, there you go.
Talk radio 1210 WPHT. But you think about all the interviews we do think about like Tracy Pennacook. I'll just pull one out, or think of Stacey Garrity, great women who I just think the world of and highly respect. You think of all the interviews just fairly recently and throughout the years that I've done with them. If I said an open-ended question like that, they would boom, right? They would have 5 things that they would just fire off because they're working on these things. So for her, what she's had, and if you even think about her speech, her victory speech after she won the primary, she really, all she has is anti-Trump, anti-MAGA, anti-Republican. But at some point, you have to tell the voters what you're for and what you're going to do for them, right? And so that's the real key here, that she must be able to come out strong and say, this is what I'm going to do for you. And the problem is, how does she differentiate herself after rubber stamping everything with Murphy, the Biden administration? So she has to separate herself from all of that and say, I'm different. Here's what I'm for, which is different than these failed policies and failed politicians.
Is too
beautiful to be beholden to the cruelty and self-interest that Jack and Trump are trying to hoist on her. So why do we stand here in New Jersey with the weight of the nation on our shoulders, with every eye in the country looking to us to lead? I think it's because we have a certain reputation.
A reputation. And so, and by the way, you want to know how ugly all of this is? So a story broke late yesterday. This is nasty. It's a story, and where is this? It's Patch. I don't know who started this, but they have a story about the Chitterelli's son and an accident that he was in, and then they've released video on it, and that he was apparently the son was arrested, and there was a suspicion of maybe driving under the influence, etc. But it was a year ago, so they're resurrecting this. And guess what? You know, if your son or your husband or your daughter or your family member, if they have an accident or they have something happen, especially an individual who's an adult, not even living at home anymore, to put this out, that's part of the nasty politics in which the media is complicit.
You know what day they released it to? Father's Day.
Yeah, they released it on that was, yeah. I mean, how nasty is that? And that's your media. That's your, unbiased media. And that's what they do to release it then. It's just nasty. It's just, to kind of just pee in somebody's Wheaties on Father's Day. And I certainly I'll reach out to Jack, because he should be able to respond to this ugliness. And to say, you know what, we as parents, I'm sure that was a dagger in his heart and his family's heart on Father's Day. For somebody who's a hands-on dad, I would imagine you would say, if you're a present father like Jack, then you would say, every day is Father's Day, so that's okay. Had the conversation with the son. But that's the kind of nasty thing that they're going to play. And that's the media. So just understand, if you're listening right now and you're on the fence, understand that the weight of the world is against Jack Ciattarelli right now, who was the voters' choice on the R side to run for New Jersey's next governor against the woman who couldn't even name one policy that she's most excited about. And so who's a lawmaker right now. And so, I thought she would be much more impressive, because if you look at her resume, she's this, as I've called her, an AI candidate, military background, chopper pilot, mom of four. And you would think she'd have some chutzpah, but low energy in the primary too. So it's, but understand that the media will be the wind beneath her wings. They give her every pass. They're never going to ask a tough question. And and trust me, this is only the beginning on Father's Day, as the media ramps up bias in the media against Jack Ciattarelli. That's what's going to happen here. 855-839-1210. Okay, we got to take a quick break, get your thoughts, and around the corner, we'll have a great interview, insights on something that happened that one of our hosts, who you'll hear from in a moment, had put out on social media, reported the story, and now it caught the attention of President Trump. So a local story about a farmer that now, is Trump going to save the farm? Well, we'll find out with a great interview. Be right back.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. SkillBridge and other VA benefits are available to those who qualify.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Rain's here. Is your yard ready? If water pools near your home, ruins your lawn, or leaks into your basement every time it storms, it's time to call Garden State Earthworks. Their expert drainage solutions stop the damage before it starts. No more standing water, flooded basements, or mosquito swamps. Call 856-848-4444 or visit GardenStateEarthworks.com. Don't wait for the next storm to do more damage. Get it fixed for good with Garden State Earthworks.
Just wanted to touch base again. Mary with Wayne Realty Corp here. I'm so happy some of you took me up on my offer to visit. We love talking real estate and have the expertise, knowledge, and experience to help everyone. We are your realtors for life. Take a moment to visit us at WayneRealtyPA.com. Call 610-687-5280 or feel free to pop in and have a cup of coffee.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
I'm out across the country talking with small businesses nearly every single day, and the number one thing I hear from small businesses, which is backed up by recent data, is they really want these tax cuts. They want more skilled labor, more skilled permanent labor. They want to have deregulation, and they want fair trade. But the number one thing is tax cuts, and that's why we're out talking with them about the One Big Beautiful Bill. We're talking to them about President Trump's deregulation and fair trade, and we're helping them access SBA services, which support access to capital and contracting as well. So, look, chief among small businesses' concerns now that President Trump has inflation under control is getting these tax cuts made permanent.
So that's the voice of Kelly Loeffler, United States Administrator of the Small Business Administration, the SBA. Remember, Linda McMahon held that post back in the day, was here in the building on the Zioli show often, but an important position and important to talk about the impact of small businesses that obviously took a hit during the pandemic. And so the SBA Administrator Kelly Loeffler visiting Wilmington, talking about Trump's big, beautiful bill. I've been highlighting that for you and what it means. We need these tax cuts, and it's good for business, local businesses, manufacturing. I told you earlier this morning about the steel deal that impacts us here in Pennsylvania. So let's bring in, as we think about all things economic, even though the markets are closed today, obviously for Juneteenth, but we do have our favorite professor of money, and all things economic, our local professor, Dr. Michael Busler, Stockton University. Hey, Michael.
Hey, Dawn, how are you? Thanks for having me. As you know, it's always my pleasure to be here.
Oh, it's our pleasure for sure. So what do you see, first of all, your reaction to, Jerome Powell making that announcement, holding steady? Is he in the right to say he's worried about the impact of tariffs in the future, even though everything looks pretty good right now with the economy?
No, he's not in the right, and I think I've said on the show before, he's the worst Fed chairman we've had since Arthur Burns back in the 70s. Look, last September, Chair Powell and the Fed looked at the economy. Inflation had gotten down to 2.4%. Although economic growth was still fairly strong, he said, I think we should cut interest rates 3 times. And he cut them September, November, and December. So here we are today. The economy last quarter did not do very well at all. While Trump's policies are building for the future, in the immediate short term, the economy is struggling a little bit and needs some help. The inflation rate was down to 2.3%. The Federal Reserve looks at what's called the personal consumption expenditure, and that was down to 2.1%. There's no reason not to cut interest rates right now. At the level they are, at the federal funds rate over 4%, economists will say that's a restrictive monetary policy. So if you have very high inflation, you want to restrict. But we don't have high inflation anymore. It's time to get to at least normal, if not even a little bit lower, to get the economy growing again. Fed Chair Powell has made the mistake last month not cutting interest rates. He made the mistake again this month not cutting interest rates. I don't think they meet again until August or September. Interest rates should be lower now. There's no real fear of inflation. We saw the inflation rate come down. It was 2.9% when President Trump took office. the impact of tariffs will be relatively small on the inflation rate, and at the same time, subject to what's happening in the Middle East now, but at the same time, energy prices will continue to fall, and that will have a larger impact on inflation. Just like during President Trump's last term, in his first term, he was able to bring energy prices down, add deregulation to the economy, encourage economic growth, and we ended up with, he left office, inflation was 1.4%. That's the kind of target he's looking for. The Fed could help the economy grow by cutting interest rates now.
And so I know that the policymakers, they were releasing that summary of their projections, if you will, on the economy, the dot plot, as it's called.
Dot plot, yeah.
So what is that? If you can put that in layman's terms, because they're saying that they do see 2 interest rate cuts in 2025, and then maybe 1 cut each in 26 and 27. So what? So what are they going to do? It's going to be, if they're seeing 2, are they going to do it too late in the year? And so why not now? I don't really understand that.
So the dot plot, each time the Federal Open Market Committee meets, they come up with a forecast for what they think inflation will be and economic growth will be, and as a result, unemployment. And they plot that every time they meet. So it's a series of dots when they meet, and then you just connect the dots and see how what kind of a trend their projections are. They're saying that they can't be sure inflation will not flare up again until after all of these trade deals are signed. So while they do agree that it is time for an interest rate cut, they don't believe they can do it now because there's so much uncertainty, they would say, with the impact that tariffs will have on inflation. They're further saying, we think probably within the next few months, these tariff deals will be signed and we'll know the impact, and then we will feel more comfortable about cutting interest rates, is what their view is.
And so right now it's just holding it, Federal Reserve leaving it's the benchmark interest rate. So it's unchanged, 4.25% to 5%, 4.5% range there. And
Correct.
So now this is what we're basically stuck with kind of no help from the Fed, at least until the end of the summer. And so what would you say is the next move? In other words, what can the administration do to release that pressure valve and try to cool things off?
Unfortunately, because the Federal Reserve was created as what we call a quasi-public agency, the federal government, the Trump administration, has no direct impact or no direct influence on what they can do, other than giving their opinion and saying this is what we think you should do. So Trump's kind of handcuffed now. Until February, he's going to replace Powell. I think he appoints a new one in February. They don't take office until May. But he can't really do anything in the short term. It's really going to cause some more problems, too, because a lot of the debt run up by the prior administration was taken out as short-term debt. A lot of it, trillions of it, will be due for refinancing. And when Biden took out those bonds, they were paying only 2%. If you go to refinance it today, they're going to pay 4.5%. So you're doubling the interest cost on the public debt that has to be refinanced, and that's going to create more of a government spending problem and a deficit spending problem. The Federal Reserve is causing all kinds of problems. I heard the chair of Fannie Mae or Freddie Mac saying the high interest rates are really clobbering the housing market, and the market would be much more robust and more people would be able to afford housing if you just brought those interest rates down, even if you didn't cut them real low, but just bring them down to historical levels. So the mortgage rates would be in the 4 or 5% range instead of the 6-7% range that they are now. Powell's doing, in my opinion, a lot of damage to the economy by holding fast. And he always seems to be very late in reacting to things, which I think is why President Trump gave him the nickname Too Late.
So in the real world, what I would say is, let's say you're looking for ways in your household. You didn't get the raise in the job. You're not bringing, you're looking at how to balance things. If it's a mom and pop sitting at the kitchen table, right? So what do? You think, well, let's have a garage sale, maybe go on eBay. We got some stuff, sell some stuff, bring in some income. And so I just have to wonder, I looked and a headline late yesterday or mid-morning yesterday actually, was this issue of 250 million acres of public land being sold off. I know it was something when Doug Burgum was doing the Trump Force 47 events across the area, and I attended a couple of those and had a chance to interview him and chat with him. And he had talked about this, that we have all these protected public lands and, talked about investment. And, Doug Burgum himself, a self-made millionaire, this is how you think if you're not a government official. So I guess my question is, and I know some of that was mandated. There are some, it's a more complicated situation, but my point to you is, are there other things, Dr. Michael Busler, that the administration could do to pay off some of that, to cool things off, that are maybe thinking outside the box? Because I just imagine, I'm just picturing, Lutnick and Besant and the team there, right? And thinking about how to deal with this situation, because now they're the option of lowering the rates and cooling things off that way to help out. That's not an option until maybe August.
Yeah, so a couple things you said there. One, you started off talking about what we call kitchen table economics, where people are just trying to figure out how they're going to get by. So one thing on the good side that President Trump has done since coming into office is real wages are increasing. So what does that mean? In the last 4 years, the prices were going up faster than your earnings. So somebody earned $100 and spent $100. Next year he gets a raise to $103, but everything now costs $105. So he doesn't have enough money to buy what he bought last month. That results in a decline in the standard of living. You have to buy less of something or buy a lower quality. Since February, exactly the opposite has occurred. Wages are going up faster than prices. So I was spending $100. If I got a raise to $103, prices only went up to $102. So now I can afford everything I did before, and I even have something a little extra to buy more things that would improve my standard of living. So the kitchen table items now are getting a little easier for Americans because their real wages, their wage increase is greater than inflation. Their real wages are going up. And then you talked about, could we sell off some assets to pay back this debt? And the answer is yes, you could. Personally, I don't like to sell assets to pay debt, but we could certainly do that. One of the things President Trump has suggested is, suppose we sell off some of this land to home builders and we sell it to them at a reasonable price. Now the cost of land, which is typically 25% or more of the cost of a house, the cost of land can go down. That will bring housing costs down and, again, make housing more affordable for the average person. Some of my students, graduate and they say to me, how are we ever going to afford a house? I mean, look, I have a good job. I went through college. I had a business degree. I'm earning what I think is a good salary. I'm even getting married, and my wife has a good salary. But even the two of us together, it's going to be very difficult to afford a very nice house. And it's very discouraging to these students who spent 4 years. They've done the right thing. Maybe they had to borrow a little money to get through, but they graduated and they got a good job. So it worked. But the housing costs are so high that they don't see themselves attaining what typically is the American dream, and they get extremely frustrated. I think President Trump feels that frustration, and he's trying to do what he can to help them bring inflation rate down, try to lower the cost of housing through deregulation and perhaps selling some land and getting the mortgage rates down to a respectable point too. So these people can now afford to buy a house and then become part of the American dream.
Yeah, and it's tough because, and I know right now the Senate is still, there are all these, news headlines with what the Senate is doing with regard to the rewrites and its version of the so-called big, beautiful bill. Anything stick out to you within that back and forth that's going on?
So the question is, look, government spending is way out of control. We have deficits, huge deficits, not because we're not collecting enough tax revenue. Every year, total tax revenue has gone up, except the one, I think. Every year, it's gone up. What's happening is spending has exploded. 2019, the government spent $4.5 trillion. This year, they're going to spend close to $7 trillion. So the Republicans said, let's try to cut where we can. The House Representatives said, let's try to cut where we can. Some members in the Senate said, we need to cut more. The problem is everybody is in favor of cutting government spending as long as it doesn't impact them.
Yeah.
If it impacts them, they aren't in favor of it. Look, Elon Musk found all this waste, fraud, and abuse in Medicaid. There's millions of people collecting Medicaid who aren't eligible. So they simply said, well, let's just make the eligibility requirements. Let's stick to them. And if you're not eligible, you can't collect. Well, then the Democrats come up and say, well, if the Republican bill passes, whatever the number was, 10 million people will go off of Medicaid. And a large number will go off because they're not eligible to collect it. They're able-bodied people who should be, the unemployment rate's fairly low. Everybody should be able to get a job. These people, instead of collecting benefits from the taxpayers, not the government that pays it, it's us taxpayers that pay it, instead of collecting the benefits from the government, let them go out, earn their own income, and be able to pay for their own benefits, their own health insurance. That makes the whole economy better, and it even makes the people feel better because now they're not getting something, they're really earning it, and they feel a sense of accomplishment. That's the whole point of what Trump is trying to do, and that's why this bill absolutely has to pass. Let them argue a few dollars either way, but the important thing is the Trump tax cuts are extended. There's some additional tax cuts for people on make tip income, that sort of thing, Social Security. So those cuts have to get passed, and we'll do the best we can to try to reduce spending. Politically, it's extremely difficult. If they just said we're not going to increase spending, just hold it constant, that would be a big first step, but that's got some problems with it too, they say.
My final question, Dr. Michael Busler, and I'll just put these two headlines for you to react to. Number one, the SALT deduction right now is in limbo as Senate Republicans are unveiling their version of the tax plan for the big, beautiful bill. That's the first one with the SALT deduction. And the second one is that the Senate version would call for a deduction of up to, it's a deduction. It's not a bonus. It's a deduction of $6,000 per qualifying individual, seniors ages 65 and above. And that would be in lieu of elimination of taxes on Social Security for those certain incomes if you qualify.
Okay, so two things. The SALT deduction essentially says that you can deduct your state and local taxes from your income tax and reduce your taxable income. When they passed the bill back in 2018, it allowed for about I think it's $10,000 deduction for that. Well, in many states that's okay, but in high populated states like New York, California, New Jersey, they have extremely high property taxes. And I've heard people say, look, this tax cut got passed in 2018, but because I lost my tax deduction on my property taxes and things, I actually paid more in taxes. And that was right. So on one hand, you want to try to even that out a little bit in states where they do pay a high amount. On the other hand, why should the rest of us have to pay more taxes because you're getting a tax deduction because you choose to live in a state where property taxes are high? If you have a problem with that, work on your state to reduce the property taxes. One of the reasons people don't put pressure on, or haven't in the past, saying, well, it's tax deductible anyway. Even if it goes up a little bit, I get to write it off. So they just allow it to go up. We can't do that anymore. The problem is not the tax deduction. The problem is, I live in New Jersey. The property taxes here are ridiculous. That's the problem. New York, New Jersey, California, these states that have high property taxes, you've got to work to get those down rather than asking for a deduction which lowers tax revenue, which means other taxpayers are going to have to make up for it. The second point you made was, let's find a compromise. Right now, 85% of Social Security benefits are taxable by the federal government.
Mm-hmm.
Trump says, I don't want any of them taxable. So they're having trouble coming up with a consensus. So let's try to come up with a compromise that maybe will cap the amount of taxes that Social Security recipients have to pay at $6,000, and maybe that's a good compromise. To get this bill through, you're going to have to compromise. Or as Ronald Reagan always said, half a loaf of bread is better than none.
Well, amen. On that one, Dr. Michael Busler, professor of finance, Stockton University, and author. We always appreciate you, and you're able to break it down so that we can all understand it in layman's terms. So thank you, Michael Busler. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Dawn. My pleasure to be here.
Absolutely. If you have thoughts on it, 855-839-1210. I know I'm over, so take a quick break, get your thoughts on the other side, and update you on some of the other breaking news of the day. Stay right there.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-472-0467. 800-472-0467. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-472-0467.
Tie your laces and get ready for Nemours Children's Health Kids Run the Bases. Kids 14 and under can join us post-game on Wednesday, July 2nd after the Phillies play the Padres at 1:05. Visit Phillies.com to order tickets today. Kids 14 and under are sure to be the coolest on the beach with the Philadelphia Water Ice Fanatic Beach Towel. Get yours on Sunday, July 6th at 1:35 when the Phillies play the Reds. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
Participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co. LLC. Used with permission.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly. The official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Thanks for being here today at Dawn Stensland. We are here despite the federal holiday, Juneteenth, Emancipation Day, a lot of free access to local museums, festivities, events.
Oh, yeah?
So a lot going on today, yeah.
It's a great day for a museum with this hot weather, hot and muggy grossness out there today.
It is.
Yeah.
I know there are all kinds of warnings with this afternoon, damaging wind, heavy rain, hail possible, and that's across the region, across even all the way up to Reading, Allentown, through the Philadelphia area, South Jersey, down the shore.
Man, how much do you heed these warnings? So yesterday we had a thunderstorm warning in our area as well, and Maisie came home early for work, and we walked the dog around it, and then nothing happened. We're like, why did we stress out so much?
I think it's just, there's a possibility, so be ready. I mean, there were some downed trees, that happened on the roadways and whatnot, so I think it's good that they warn of the possibility, but I wouldn't never cancel, especially down the shore. I hate that when they say, oh, it's going to be a washout at the shore, and the weather is so unpredictable and it's different. If you're in Sea City, Ocean City, or let's say Cape May, it's a different forecast, people. It's not one. So I can't stand when they do that and they scare everybody off, and I feel badly for the business owners.
Mm-hmm.
So I would just say, just watch it, heed the warning. Obviously, if you're on the beach and you hear any thunder, don't question the lifeguards. Get out of there. Get out of the vicinity. How many times have we covered over the years what can happen if, God forbid, lightning strikes? We have that going on. We're covering that one. We have the Central Bucks school superintendent, 4 others. They were fired last night after alleged teacher abuse of autistic kids. It's a horrifying report.
What?
Yeah. Wow. So we don't have word from the Bucks County DA. That's Jen Shorn. I don't foresee criminal charges. It's more of a neglect thing. But we were talking about that this morning. The security guard that was injured after being shot outside a Philadelphia apartment building. And it raises the question of, should these security guards, and we have them every building has them, but some security guards have a higher level of training and have, a gun. I would say if you're a security guard, you should be armed. I feel that. But a lot of these security guards are unarmed, basically sitting ducks. So this one happened at the Walnut Park Plaza Apartments, and this hardworking overnight security guard was shot, 46 years young, shot, and underwent surgery overnight and is in stable condition this morning. It's horrible. He's in critical but stable condition. So they have a 52-year-old man that's in custody, but that's crazy. So we'll talk about all of that. We have a lot of updates and obviously what's going on with President Trump. And speaking of President Trump, with Iran and the mountain that everybody's talking about, Fordo, that fortress by the Iranian government. But also, what about the family farm that we talked about this week? An eminent domain situation. So we're going to hear the big update as one of our hosts here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT put out word of this story, and then it caught the eye of the Trump administration. Are they going to save the family farm in South Jersey? We're going to get the big update with our own Matt Rooney right around the corner. Stay right there.
A strong cold front will approach the Delaware Valley today. Ahead of it, hot and humid conditions with late-day showers and storms. Some storms could be strong to severe. High temperature up around 92. Shower and storm chances continue early tonight, then some clearing overnight with a low 68. And for Friday, a mixture of sunshine and clouds and less humid, high 87.
By texting 64000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you text RADIO to 64,000. That's RADIO to 64,000. Text RADIO to 64,000.
Looking for beautiful, high-quality furniture for your home? Look no further than Bucks County Estate Traders. Skip the big chains and discover their massive showroom in Hatfield, packed with 16,000 unique pieces, where you can furnish your whole home in one easy visit. Shop comfortably and get it delivered locally or wherever you are. Thanks to their exclusive white glove carrier network, Bucks County Estate Traders handles delivery nationwide, so you can save time, effort, and money. Visit buckscountyestatetraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield today.
Hey, honey. Have you heard about PFAS in water?
No. What are they?
They're harmful chemicals that can be in our drinking water. PFAS are called forever chemicals.
Ooh. So how do we deal with that?
I'm going to call Martin Water Conditioning. They have whole home water systems that help remove PFAS and other contaminants.
So we'll have cleaner, safer drinking water?
Exactly.
To learn more, visit our website at martinwater.com. Martin Water Conditioning. Better water, better life.
Seems everyone has an opinion on where the stock market's going, but where should you be going? Find out with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School Friday, July 11th and the Ocean City Music Fair Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Add some star-spangled style to your summer with Ashley's Stars and Stripes sale going on now. Shop Hot Buys for every room in your home, now just $6.99. Plus, you can save up to $1,000 store-wide. And don't miss upgrading your patio. Save up to 20% on select outdoor furniture. Or feel the freedom to buy now and pay over time with 0% interest until 2030 on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Only at Ashley. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
The Trump Organization has announced a new mobile plan, $499 smartphone, $47.45 a month.
This is America Way. What's wrong with this? I would have called it MAGA Mobile. If they really want to sell a lot of these, hire Sean Farish to do the pitch ad as Trump. Can we get sales on this? I'm glad to do some live reads. Do we know what phone this is, though? What carrier?
I'll probably end up buying it.
I want Mike Lindell on TV later today, pitching the Trump Mobile.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. From your kitchen table to our airwaves, the Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Moments ago, President Trump putting out on True Social and his media sites from @RealDonaldTrump, I've just signed the executive order extending the deadline for the TikTok closing for 90 days. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And then so he put out that order. Do you know that in his administration so far, he has signed more than 500 executive orders just so far? It's incredible. You think about the whirlwind, the back and forth. And then the other, what was he talking about? He's talking about Fox News. Oh, so he says he put out an hour ago. They put out, you earned it, you keep it, no tax on tips. So pushing for the passage of one big beautiful bill and put America workers first with no tax on tips. The White House putting that out and then posting the pictures of the beautiful new flags flying on the north and south lawns, just gorgeous, right outside the White House there. We started out by talking about that. And then also an hour ago, Trump putting out on a joint operation, Border Patrol and federal partners executing a search warrant, this one in Mecca, California, and this one targeting criminal networks, shutting down illegal activity, and united and relentless. They're following every federal violation to the end, putting that one out there. And I know Tom Homan has been busy. He was on Fox Business talking about that one as well, where he was being asked about, Border Patrol, but they're putting out all of these different updates, by the way. All right, we've been talking about this week a family farm, more than 100 years as a family farm, and the traditions of the farm threatened, eminent domain situation. Matt Rooney, our very own Matt Rooney, who's a Talk Radio 1210 WPH host here, as you well know, and a local attorney by day, a dad, diaper-changing daddy in the wee hours of the morning, late at nights. Hey, Matt, I know how are you?
Well, I just got back from Austin, Dawn. I brought the heat with me, apparently.
Yes.
Sorry about that. And then I get back, and my wife says, to your point about changing diapers, that we're gonna bite off potty training in the next week or two. So I don't know. Maybe I should have stayed in Austin.
Yeah.
Is my point.
Oh boy! At least it's hot outside. Now, is this potty training for? Give me the age, and can you give me before we get to the big update? What's
Yeah,
the
this
age?
is the 3-year-old girl. I've done it with a boy, which is supposed to be harder, and also without getting into, for those of us that believe in two genders, boys are different than girls, right?
Yeah.
So there's some mechanics associated with boys that make it a little more challenging. I'll leave it at that. This is a family program, but I got my work cut out for me, Dawn.
Yeah, so I have boys, and I would say I think boys are easier. Because especially with weather,
You think so?
Yeah, with weather like this, I just put them in a long T-shirt and out in the yard and said, you know what I mean? Like, and even a long T-shirt in the house, because there's something with boys with no pants, if they don't have the pants on. And then I did what my mom did was out of like toilet paper, you do like a target where the boys can do, it's fun, target practice. And they had a blast.
Yes,
it was so easy.
I do remember that with my son.
Right?
You can buy them, too. They're called tinkle targets.
Wait, they make them down and market them?
My mom.
Dawn, why did you not turn that into a business-making idea?
My mom could have, we could have been billionaires probably.
Darn.
Tinkle targets. What a great, oh man. Never thought to market it.
Yeah, no, they make little animals on them with little bullseyes. It's
Cool.
it definitely makes it fun for the whole family. Oh, Dan's such a bleeding heart now. I don't know what happened to that guy. I think it was getting married.
I got a girl on the way, man.
Yeah,
things
you and
change.
Maisie have a girl on the way.
No one told me this.
Oh
Congrats.
my gosh!
Wow, you didn't know, brother? Yeah, we're doing.
I had no idea.
Work.
Girl dad will change you. Don't get me wrong. I love my son to pieces, but something about having a little girl, they just wrap you right around their finger immediately.
Oh, I cannot wait for this.
Turn me into a mush. I was probably a more compelling radio host before. I've lost my edge.
I know. I feel
Not
it
just
too.
you.
I feel it too, Matt. Yep.
I love it. Well, with little girls, I would say to buy pretty little panties, like big girl panties, or a special toilet, like a little princess toilet, something like that.
Okay.
Moana? Little potty seat. Yeah.
Yeah, go pee on Moana's face. Yeah,
you know what?
Come on.
That's called escalation, Dan.
Yes.
It's escalation.
Oh, my goodness. Well, so here's the thing. After we talked the other day about the story that you've been working on, talking about a family farm in New Jersey it's kind of an eminent domain situation.
Can we bring a face to the name? Because there's some great footage of this guy, the Henry Farm out there. Take a watch.
I don't want to eat the meat in the stores because of the chemicals.
The farm is surrounded by warehouses or land that's about to become warehouses. O'Donnell hopes Cranberry finds other places to put 265 affordable housing units and fulfill its constitutionally mandated obligation.
I hope they use their minds and their hearts that this is a good thing in this community. There's a lot of people like to look at these animals. Sometimes they're parking along the side of the road. They come up in a driveway. They just want to sit here and look.
So this story, it began and the family speaking out about it, but it was our own Matt Rooney who put this on social media. And then I saw a response from the Trump administration, and now this is blowing up with the headlines that the Trump administration is trying to block a New Jersey town from seizing the 170-year-old farm. So, Matt, I'm giving you all the credit for shining a light on this. It's so cool. But what's the latest here?
Well, I'm always happy to take credit, deserved or otherwise. But I'll say this, Dawn, and you and everyone else at the station knows this. Now that we have a real president with an actual administration that's looking out for the American people, it's amazing what you can accomplish. And also, they're paying attention. New Jersey has a very special place in this president's heart. We know he's spent a lot of time here and continues to. And Brooke Rollins, our great Secretary of Agriculture, I think just about 48 hours ago, reached out to Andy Henry of this farm in Cranberry, New Jersey, up there in Middlesex County. And, I maybe know a little more than I can say, not to be too cryptic, but they're looking into it. They're looking into ways that maybe they can help this family that's had this farm since 1850, before the Civil War, help prevent it from falling victim to eminent domain. And again, as we talked about last time, Dawn, they're not using eminent domain to build a needed highway or something like that, or to build a hospital for orphan children. They're using it for these ridiculous affordable housing mandates that New Jersey imposes on local governments. Cranberry, I think, has to build somewhere around 250, 260 of these things. And as a result, this family is going to lose its legacy, and we're going to lose a part of our New Jersey history if Andy Henry's farm falls victim to this ridiculousness. So, I could not be happier that Brooke Rollins is looking into potentially intervening here. Apparently, in one of her other ex-posts she said she'd also reached out to Alina Habba, who we all know is our interim U.S. attorney in the state of New Jersey. It's so good to finally have backup in our part of the world. We've been railing against the nuttiness coming out of Trenton and then Harrisburg on your side of the river on a daily basis. We're finally not alone anymore.
And I saw the latest update on this 175-year-old farm. I guess that not that Mr. Henry is going to take the offer, but they came back, I guess, when they saw the headline with Matt Rooney and with the Ag Secretary Brooke Rollins. They then said, well, what if we only take half of your land and the other half, we're going to build the apartments or whatever. We're going to still build all the concrete on there, but you would get to keep, I guess, like 9 acres of pasture.
Yeah.
So
isn't that lovely?
Yeah.
Right. We'll let you keep a little bit of your property rights as we transgress against the rest of them. I mean, the only good news in all of that is now they know they have a problem, right? They can't hide from the public outrage now. So, I would encourage everyone to peacefully reach out to Cranberry officials and tell them, listen, this is not our America. We do not live in a country where men and women have gone overseas and sacrificed. And right now there's a lot of men and women that serve our country that are in extra peril tonight with everything going on in Iran and Israel. They don't make those sacrifices so that we can live in a country where they can just arbitrarily come in and take away somebody's heritage.
Yeah.
That's not who we are. In any other context, the left will be screaming, but because this is a family farm, and it doesn't appear to be a woke guy. I don't know him, but he's just out there minding his own business, not virtue signaling, trying to keep his family legacy going. They're not there to protect him. He's not the kind of little guy they care about. So please, folks, do whatever you can to let it be known that this is not acceptable in New Jersey, Pennsylvania, or anywhere else.
Yeah, and just if anybody thinks that he's trying to get a better deal, it's widely reported that he turned down offers up to $30 million over the years, even during the pandemic. So a lot of people have offered to buy this, his property, and this is, his life, and doesn't want to, give up on it. And so I just love it, though, that now they're going to, at least I'm sure he feels like somebody's fighting for him. So thank you. But your site, you are Wake Up New Jersey, right? Is that you?
So Wake Up NJ, that's not my website. That's run by another great guy who's got an X account who does some fantastic work. I mean, where I'll take full credit is that before SaveJersey.com came along, Dawn, we were very much in New Jersey a media wasteland. I mean, I don't have to tell you this because you're a resident media pro. New Jersey doesn't have its own media market, and what newspapers we had at the time, the Star-Ledger and some others, certainly did not have a conservative viewpoint. They just towed the Trenton line 24/7, 365. So Save Jersey has very much led a new generation of alternative media in our state. And we've done a lot to promote groups and to promote citizen journalists like Wake Up NJ, share their work, push it up there. And finally, now there's an alternative narrative in our state. I think it's one of the reasons why you see things changing.
Yeah, so I wish SaveJersey.com, your site, SaveJersey.com, Matt Rooney, I wish that you could lobby, because obviously you have the administration's ear. So maybe you could be the one to convince them to have at least one media market in densely populated New Jersey, because it's a sin. Besides, like sites like yours, there's not a TV station, there's not a TV market. I mean, and I don't think I'm speaking in a vacuum here. I know with my TV background, it's like I understand a little more of why it's a big. But imagine like Michigan with no TV market. Imagine North Carolina with no TV market. Those states they're about the size of Jersey population wide, and yet they have like multiple cities with major TV markets. There's no representation. I don't understand it, Matt.
Oh, it's so true. I mean, we've got, over 9 million people in New Jersey. It's one of the most populous states in the union, but we're relying almost entirely on New York and Pennsylvania media. And look, one of the reasons why I'm so proud to be affiliated with 1210 WPHT is because this is one of the rare outlets here that actually cares about New Jersey. I mean, look, I'll be candid about it. Part of the reason I exist at 1210 is because our fearless leader, Greg Stocker, cares about covering New Jersey and Garden State news, and not just politics, right? Culture, everything that's happening in the Great Garden State. So, look, I'd love to be in charge of 1210 WPHT East on, right? Maybe we can get an affiliate going.
Ooh, I love it. I love it. Well,
Let's do it.
Matt Rooney. Matt, thank you so much, and we'll continue to watch for all the updates for sure. And we want to hear the potty training updating too.
Lots of news coming. Hopefully, good news on both fronts.
Well, welcome home, back from the big Texas convention. So thanks, Matt. Appreciate you. And then he'll have to pass along the advice to Dan Borowski. You'll be there, and before you know it, the blink of an eye, a couple years.
Yeah. Can't wait.
Don't wait for 3.
Well, that's not something I'm looking forward to, is the whole potty training fiasco. That's
it's not a big deal.
No?
No.
No?
Here's the thing. There are all kinds
of... You want to do it for me?
Here's the thing.
It seems like you're going to offer.
You start at about 8-9 months, you start playing little videos and little songs, the potty training songs and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And she'll train herself.
8-9 months, you say?
8-9 months old. Start then. 8-9 months old.
Huh.
Start then. Do you know back in the day, I was looking this up, that in the 1950s, the average potty training age was 9 months to a year.
Really?
You know why?
Why's that?
Cloth diapers with a pin.
Ah.
Now we have these easy pull-ups and disposable diapers and stuff like that.
Parents weren't trying to get the heck out of those cloth diapers as soon as possible.
Now you have 4 and 5-year-olds running around with these diapers, and they're the same people who care about the landfill.
Huh.
So.
It's true.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's also a lot of work. You had to.
It is.
Those were the kind of diapers you had to rewash. You had to make sure that they were clean. You couldn't just go to the store and just keep buying disposable ones.
Yeah.
So
And I don't want to.
It was a different mindset back then.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. We got a break.
All right. Sorry. I digress. Well, okay. We'll be really fast with the break, and then with all the headlines, we'll update you and get you up to speed. Be right back.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, I'm Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. And did you know we're locally owned, fully licensed and insured, and trusted by thousands of homeowners per year? We treat your home like it's our home.
Emmons is who I use. They install top quality roofing, siding, windows, doors, and even decks. For a free estimate, call Emmons today at 856-556-3229.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
That's callemmons.com.
Hey Navigation, take me to the best Jeep and Ram inventory and prices in the Philadelphia area.
Navigation is rerouting you to TurnersvilleJeep.com.
TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating Employee Pricing Plus this month. Pay exactly what factory employees pay, not a penny more. Plus a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7.
Only at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I met my wife in law school at the University of Florida. She was from upstate New York and I was from Kentucky. We met at a daily mass at St. Augustine's. She was the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen in my life. After communion, I followed her out of the church and got her phone number. The rest is history. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Little did we know that one day we would have 4 children and the largest injury firm in the world. All 4 work in the business. It's a family business. Did I ever see this coming? Hell no. We just worked very hard and treated our clients like we would want to be treated, like family. It's a full-service injury firm, auto accidents, medical malpractice, workers' compensation, Social Security, and insurance disputes. We're open 24/7, 365 days a year. Visit forthepeople.com and we can get to work on your case. No recovery, no fee. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com.
Yeah. Well, too, you and the air.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro.
What have you guys been talking about?
A neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio.
From Pottstown to Vincenttown, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
So the big story as we wait for news about Iran, I know that they have a delegation heading to D.C., we're told, where they're negotiating the deal. What does that look like? And we've been reporting on that all morning, but I have breaking news of my own. Do we want to show my son? And yes, he's a teenager. I get the weirdest thing. Somebody on social media said, why do you refer, you don't have, your children are not kids. They're adult men. It's
hold
like,
on.
He's a teenager. He's a high school teenager.
Yeah.
You silly gooses.
Pulling it up now. We'll have it up there in 10 seconds. You can see I'm
So this was the story, just updating really quick. This is my teenage son, David, who high school student, who they decided for senior week, they're going to rent this boat, but you get a huge discount if there's a wedding. So he has the tux. His best man is his buddy Cole, football team. Great, by the way, nationally recognized kicker. I can show David and Cole because I don't have the wedding part, but they did this. It's like an official wedding. Everybody got dressed up.
Why is he wearing sneakers with the tux, though, Dawn?
He forgot the shoes that I had laid out for him. I had the tux, the cummerbund, the whole thing.
I mean,
that's like a modern thing to do, though, like wearing sneakers.
That's but not to your wedding. I mean, that kind of.
Well, it's a faux wedding.
Surprised.
Yeah, but the captain
really
might see through it if he sees those sneakers, you know?
So hopefully we can show that. I just, they're underage, so I want to get permission from the parents and the other kids and the bride and all that good stuff.
Yeah.
By the way, the other voice you hear is our own Andrew Torres, who's also a diaper changing dad. But Andrew's in for Dan tomorrow, right? He's your wingman today.
Yep.
Because where are you tomorrow, Dan Borowski?
I'll be live at Mulligan's for Dom Giordano Day. Starting
Cool.
at noon, head down there, and then Rich will be live down in Cape May as well.
Nice.
Busy day.
Busy day. We can hear all kinds of dad news. So you'll have to, because your kids are a little older. So Dan and Maisie, I almost said Daisy. Dan and Maisie, they're expecting.
happening.
So we need the advice going on.
That's good stuff. My daughter, she started a summer program preschool Tuesday, and she was in yesterday and today too. So,
Ooh.
Yeah,
busy day for you.
Busy week. Yeah, and nephew graduated 8th grade. So
a
lot of growing people in the household. So.
Growing people. And speaking of that, so Dom is back tomorrow, but Ro, made him take a day off here and there. So we have my friend, Mike Opelka, our dear friend and PHT host, is in the house. Hey, Michael.
Good evening, Dawn. When your David gets ready to really get married, I want you to know my services are available. As
that's right.
Ordained minister in the First Church of the Second Chance. I'm ready.
No hurries.
Anytime.
No
I
hurries.
can just see you crying as he's coming down the aisle.
I know.
My David.
Oh.
Great. We may be talking about conspiracy theories today, but today's the anniversary of Ben and Jerry's Cherry Garcia, and I won't eat it because they're such jackwagons politically.
Amen.
And I'm wondering, are there other products that people won't eat because of the politics, or any businesses you won't patronize because of their politics?
I love it. That's a great idea. Well, for sure, we hope people patronize all of our great sponsors like Piazza, right? All of our sponsors.
I'm a consumer. I just got a car from Piazza. I love them.
Thank you. Yes. So I go that way. I try to be the positive, but we all have a few that we're like, not going to go there anymore. So
that's right.
This is good.
Jerry, you're dead to me.
That's right. You're dead to me. But Mike Opelka is alive and ready for the big show. Dom Giordano out, but back tomorrow in South Jersey with Dan Borowski. That's it for me. And Michael, have a great show.
Thank you. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be a stone gas.
Ooh.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Everything was swollen, even my eyelids. I was on kidney dialysis 8 hours a day.
When Crystal needed a kidney, her mom's friend Janet gave her one. Virtua Health, South Jersey's only transplant center, made it possible.
Crystal's so full of life, you can't help but love her.
After a short recovery, Janet's doing great, and Crystal, even better.
And I just got engaged.
Virtua Health, here for transplant, here for good. Learn more at virtua.org/hereforgood.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
When it comes to DSPs, usability matters. Some platforms bury you in complexity. Results-driven advertising shouldn't look like a chemistry experiment. Viant's AI-powered DSP streamlines setup, automates measurement and optimization, and keeps you in control. Less clicking, more strategy. And with proven CTV leadership across premium publishers, Viant works smarter and delivers stronger. Why are you still trading on a desk? Visit Viant.ai to unlock real results today.
It's that time of year again. Time for the Zioli Army to become the Zioli Navy and storm the beaches of Cape May and join me for our first live broadcast of the summer at my happy place, the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey, Friday, June 20th. These live shows are always the greatest, and I want to see you there. GrandHotelCapeMay.com, Friday, June 20th, our first live show of the summer, and you better be there because it's going to be something to remember.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
I can't believe it. We are 24 hours away from Dom Giordano Day. And also, by the way, it coincides with summer. Yes. At midnight tonight, it becomes summer. And certainly somebody up in the heavens realized that we've gone from it's underperforming in terms of heat to now overperforming in terms of heat and humidity. And it's going to continue for a while. I'm listening to all of the weather porn that's going on the networks. Oh, yeah, they're telling people out west it's going to be hot. No kidding. Arizona's going to be hot. Gee, what a surprise. Late June in Arizona, it's hot. Shocker. New York City, I was talking with Tanya J. Powers of Fox News Radio just a little bit ago, and she's in New York City. She covers a lot of trials and stuff for Fox News Radio, and she said, "Oh, it's hot. It's really. You walk outside and your skin boils." I went, "Okay, it's summer, New York. I lived there for 23 years. Come on, suck it up, Buttercup." Yes, it's summer, and as of midnight tonight, it's officially summer, and literally just like somebody flipped a switch, they turned on the heat. So don't drink a lot of caffeine or alcohol when you're going outside in the sun. That's what I'm telling you. Just drink water. Drink the Gatorades, drink the electrolyte drinks, and back off the booze and the caffeine, and you'll weather the storm better. But big shock, summer happens every year about this time. Yeah, I know, I'm being a smartass. I was out late last night with Zioli. Thank you to everybody who ventured into North Delaware. Yeah, Newcastle County. Just across the line, Rich Zioli gave a really wonderful address to the faithful of the northern Newcastle County Republicans. And I was there to support my brother. I will definitely, I will always be there. If you're part of my posse, I am part of yours, and I will have your back and be there. And I stress that you should apply the same kind of thinking in your life. So I was there for Rich. He really knocked it out of the park last night. Everybody loved it. They were lining up, taking pictures with the guy. And I also took a truckload of abuse. So, Henry, I know what you feel like.
Yeah?
Yeah. I got a little bit of that last night.
Just a tad. Try it every day. See how you feel at the
No,
end of a
I'm
long
good.
week.
I'm good. I don't want to take your job. You do a good job of it.
Thank you.
But I made the mistake of sitting in the table in the front where I was taking incoming throughout the whole address.
Yeah, you're on the front lines there.
He was dealing with traffic because he did the show, and then he flew down to Delaware in his Jeep and got there just in the nick of time. And he was texting me, I'll be there. I told him I'd be there. I'll be there. And I bought him a drink and put it at his chair next to me at the table. And he writes me, so you're an angel. Then he gets up in front of the people and says, I didn't touch the drink Opelka bought me because they think he's trying to take me out, because he wants my gig. I'm like, come, give me a break. I thought I did something nice for you. But he was hilarious and educational at the same time. We had a lot of great response to it as expected, and he obviously follows this show afterwards, so I'm sure he may relive some of that. But to everybody who came out yesterday and was very kind to me and to Rich, thank you. It is appreciated greatly. We have a lot to get to today. Dawn talking about the Iranian contingent that's coming to the White House. I don't know how you feel about it. I don't like this idea. I'm sorry. I'm not in on the people who've been getting up for the last, 1978 they started doing this? Since 1978, what is that, 40 some odd years? And 46 years, 47 years? Every day they get up and they say death to America, and you're going to invite them to the White House? Every single day? Death to America, death to Israel. I don't like this. I wish my president would meet them or have his negotiators meet them on neutral territory. Now, maybe we're going to arrest them when they get there. Maybe we're going to just lock them down. I don't know. I think we should put them in a room and make them listen to Kamala Harris speeches and make them listen to Joe Biden speeches over and over and over again. I think that would be great. We'll see what's happening. The president keeps saying he's holding off, and he could hold off till the last minute. I prefer the voluntary capitulation of the Iranians to the forced military capitulation. I'm just saying. That's my thinking on this. And in the meantime, at the same time, our friends in Israel are undergoing nonstop attacks. We had the hospital getting hit overnight, and it's just been crazy. Now, in terms of today's side question at 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210, we have been wrestling over this. Not physically, mentally wrestling over this for the last hour, Henry and I, and there are a lot of interesting questions. But today is the anniversary in 1987 of the introduction of a product that I absolutely loved and was a regular major consumer of it. I'm talking about Cherry Garcia ice cream. Ben & Jerry's Cherry Garcia ice cream. On this date, back in 1987, Cherry Garcia ice cream made its debut. And it was a hit from the get-go. It's good ice cream, I will tell you that. But I am one of these people that I can't enjoy Cherry Garcia ice cream anymore because of Ben & Jerry. Those two jackwagons hate America, in my opinion. So I can't go there. I'm looking for a product or a business that you won't support. You will not be a customer of because of what they stand for politically. That's just one of those things. Henry, is there anything on your list that you think is worthy of that?
Yeah, it might be a little specific. I don't know if it counts as a product, but definitely a service. How about watching Marvel movies? Not only have they kind of mixed, maybe some progressive symbolism in there in those movies, but they're just not good anymore. Like, you saved the world with Endgame. That's it. I don't know how you keep going after that. So for those two reasons, I would have to just put those Marvel kind of superhero movies on there.
Well, that's interesting. Marvel and Ben and Jerry's are already on the list. I'm not going to put any other exclusions on, but I'd like to hear from you. What are things that you choose not to support as a consumer? And and Rich and I were talking about this last night. We were talking with the folks from the Newcastle County Republicans. We're all about boycotts, where you support people who support what you support, where you go in and put your money where your mouth is. And I think you do two things. I take my money. I will not be spending my ice cream dollars with either Ben or Jerry or together. And I will find better ice cream. I'm looking for good ice. That may be an opportunity. We have conservative coffee. We have conservative cell phone services. We have even the AARP has a competitor, AMAC. That one, they now have over 2 million members. There can be those parallel economies that should be out there for the boycotts. I'm all about supporting things. Remember when the left got all upset at Goya Foods because the president of Goya Foods was a Trump supporter and they wanted to boycott Goya Foods? My brother Gregory and I, and my brother George and I, not Greg, started a boycott of Goya Foods where we told everybody, buy Goya Foods, and when you go to the grocery store, buy $10 extra on Goya Foods and take it to the food bank. And that thing rippled across the country. I felt like Rich Zioli. I was on Fox News talking about it. I know. Awesome. My mug was on Fox and Friends in the morning talking about the boycott. So I believe in the boycotts. I believe you reward good behavior. And I'm not going to go out there and publicly trash companies that I disagree with politically. I'm just not going to give them my dollar. But I will tell you, Ben & Jerry's is at the tippy top of that list. I'd like to hear yours.
I mean, do we need any more Ben & Jerry's ice cream in the world? It's not even ice cream, really.
Come on, it was pretty damn good.
I mean, look,
you get home at 2 o'clock in the morning after a failed night somewhere, and that ice cream is in the freezer and it's talking to you. Eat me. Eat me. And you're going, oh, yes, I will. Of course I will.
Look, it's not that it doesn't taste good. It's just there's too much stuff in there.
How dare you?
There are way too many. It's not ice cream anymore. It's like cookies and brownies. Oh, and yeah, there happens to be some frozen dairy, wrapped around it. But like, it's not even ice
Chunky
cream.
monkey.
I can't even eat those without a gallon of water next to you.
That's okay too. I'm pro water. It's hot outside. We just said that in the early part of the show. But I think there are companies and products that we choose not to support because of what they support. And I will tell you, Ben and Jerry. And today's the anniversary of Cherry Garcia. That is the seed that planted this question. It grew into this question today. So we'll talk about that. I'm interested to hear yours. Are there things? My friend Gordon Chang. I know you know Gordon Chang. You've watched him. He's a great expert on all things political as it relates to China and Japan and North Korea, etc. Gordon and his wife go out of their way to make sure everything's made in the USA. Everything. It's almost impossible to do. I don't know how you do it. But I will also avoid at all costs pretty much things made in China. But that's hard. Look at Zioli held up his phone last night and goes, look, this is made in China. Everything's made in China. Because we were talking about TikTok, which, by the way, breaking news as we're going on the air, the president has extended the TikTok negotiation date another 90 days.
Sweet.
Yeah. Well, I'm not a TikTok guy. I'm one of those people who I'm dubious of China's intent with TikTok. And I know everybody says, oh, that's nothing. It's just a harmless little dance videos. Then why don't they have any of that crap on the Chinese version? Are you on TikTok, Henry?
Yep. Totally.
I know all of your people are.
This generation, these kids. How dare they?
Damn kids and their TikToks. It did help the president win the election. We know that. Barron Trump said, Daddy, you got to get on TikTok. It's huge. I'm sure he talks like his father.
Yeah.
It's huge, Dad. It's bigly going to put you over the top. But it's true. It did.
Yeah,
it did.
It's a very divisive issue because I think it's a very generational issue. You got, I'd say, people from your generation saying it's bad, and people from our generation saying like, I don't know, what's the harm? I mean, I don't think my generation is too fond of social media, but it is a good way to kill time sometimes.
Well, my argument is all of that is the distraction from life.
Well, yeah.
And we need to talk about the guy who proposed to his AI buddy, whatever it is. We're going to talk about that later today.
Oh, I did see that story.
Did you watch the video?
No, that's too cringe. Because once I read the headline that he also has a life partner who he's a kid with, and he's proposing to AI and getting upset about it, I'm like, I don't think I can watch that.
So this guy has an AI assistant that he has programmed, and he's apparently not a stupid man, unless you talk about practicality. He's programmed his AI assistant to have a conversation with him at all times. And he also programmed it to be a female voice, a sexy female voice, I might add. And he programmed this chat bot to flirt with him. And he flirts back, and they apparently have some kind of relationship going. And then he proposed to the chat bot. Oh, we're gonna have to play that. That's creepy. We're gonna have to get into that. He ended up crying over something. I'll have to explain it to you. But let's get to business today. So far, no big news out of the Middle East. The president's meeting with his team, heading into the Situation Room shortly to discuss what's going on. There may be Iranians flying here to America to negotiate. It'd be a shame if something happened to that plane. I'm just saying. I mean, I'm talking about delayed, like their luggage got lost. That's what I'm talking. Not talking about anything awful, maybe, but that's the case. We also have some ridiculous audio from Barack Obama. He hasn't gone away, and Linda Kearns she's joining us this hour, right?
Correct, at 12:30.
Linda Kearns, who will be at the Dom Giordano event tomorrow, Dom Giordano Day at Mulligan's at the Shore. She's going to be joining us today because she said she had two important cases to discuss, and I hope they are cases of bourbon, and we'll discuss those in depth after 12:30. It's Mike Opelka. I'm in for Dom today. Dom will return triumphantly tomorrow and have his day, as it were, and I'm sure it's going to be a lot of fun down at the Shore. You can join us, though, with your answers to any questions or questions that we might be able to answer. 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. It's Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Hi, it's Dom Giordano. Summer is here. Excited to head down to the shore to Mulligan Shore Bar in Wildwood Friday, June 20th. We're going to solve the sauce versus gravy debate once and for all, but you'll have to be there in person to vote. Plus the Elvis debate with Linda Kearns. And it's Dom Giordano Day. Scott Presler joins us too. Join the fun food and drink at our Summer White House, Mulligan Shore Bar, 310 West Hildreth Avenue in Wildwood. I'll see you tomorrow, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable, same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Hey, it's Nick Cale here. It's an exciting time for my friends at Piazza Auto Group and their 5 Honda dealerships. Honda won more 2025 Kelley Blue Book Consumer Choice Awards than any other brand, including Best Overall Brand, Most Trusted Brand, and Best Value Brand. Whether you're eyeing the Accord, CRV, or Pilot, you are choosing a vehicle backed by real drivers just like yourself. Come experience the award-winning excellence at Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. Shop online at piazzahonda.com for today's special offers.
I really need funding to expand my inventory.
Swish Funding can help you expand inventory, upgrade equipment, and boost your cash flow.
Well, okay, but I need funding fast.
Swish Funding provides funding from $25,000 to $2 million with payment terms tailored to your needs and cash in your account in less than 24 hours.
So what's the catch?
No catch. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000, you could qualify. Just go to swishfunding.com to apply. That's swishfunding.com.
Don't get left in the dark. Power up with a Generac generator from MT Rule, your local Generac generator dealer. Certified technicians properly size and install your generator with true turnkey service. Free estimates, financing options, peace of mind, and annual service contracts. Plus, 1210 listeners get a special offer, a 5-year extended warranty, 1 year of free mobile link monitoring, and a free whole house surge protector. Call 610-539-2920. 610-539-2920.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Now we're talking. A little dead. Why not? A little touch of gray. I might have that.
I might have it too.
No way. Well, that's from working with Zioli all these years.
Yeah. No, it's just a couple like strands, and it's like, oh man, dude, what is happening?
Just for men. You can go get you some Just for Men today and spray it in there.
No, we're not ready for that yet.
No, I've given up on that, and I'm not. Look, my hair is leaving me. I had a lot of it at one point, and it's going away. I suffer from what the 70s television would refer to as premature cojaculation. It's if you know, do you even understand that reference, Henry?
Yeah, he was the investigator guy, right?
He was a cop. Manhattan
Savalas,
South.
Right?
Theo Kojak, Telly Savalas, and he put his brother in the show. His brother was in the. His brother had they gave him a character in the show, and I think he just gave it to him. There's a little bit of nepotism in that. That's a great show.
Hollywood for you.
Yeah, it is. Well, it's every wood for you now these days.
That's true.
But yeah, the Ben and Jerry's music, because today was the birth of Cherry Garcia. It's an ice cream I won't eat. All Ben and Jerry's are on my list of no-goes. It's a no-go zone for me as a consumer because of their politics. And that's today's side question. What's yours? What is your no-go zone? What is your, I'm not going to put my money in that company. You put it elsewhere. There's plenty of other ice cream out there for me to enjoy. Joe in Columbus is joining us. Hello, Joe. Welcome to the Dom Giordano Show. It's Opelka in for Dom today.
Hello, Mike.
Hey, buddy.
Mike, I've lost a lot of respect for you.
Why?
You sat in the front row at a Zioli egomaniacal shindig.
Well, there were tables. Hold on a second here, Joe. I must explain myself. It was a dinner, so there were tables. And when I came in, the head of the North Newcastle County Republican Committee said, "You're at our table. You have to come up here to our table." So I was sitting at the head table, I guess, the front table.
You were targeted ahead of time. Trust me.
You know, Zioli was in on it. He said, "Whatever you do, put Opelka in the front." Yeah.
Yeah, he did that to me in Phoenixville. The thing is, if he's not sitting on a Manhattan phone book looking over the top of heads, your best bet is to sit further in the back.
Ooh, that's a good point. Lesson learned for next time. Thank you. Are you saying that Rich Zioli's vertically challenged?
Well, you know what would have been good, Mike, if he expected you to be there and he didn't see you, and you would have seen him out of sorts with his eyes shifting back and forth. Oh my God, where's my prop? Where's my prop? And you weren't there to be seen.
Wow, I'm learning. That's really good, Joe. And now you see, He didn't come at me first. He didn't come out of the blocks hot. He first went. There was a guy in the back that looked like Bernie Sanders, and he said, "Oh my God, this guy looks just like Bernie Sanders," and that kind of loosened the crowd up. It was a great move. He's very good. I know he's written a book on public speaking. He's very good and very funny.
No, he is. Impromptu, he's very impressive. I will not take that away from him. He just likes to see friendly faces, and yours was one of them. And you did him well, I'm sure.
I took the punches. I felt like Henry, really.
Right? And God doesn't give people things they can't handle.
True. So you have a product or a company you avoid because of politics?
Yes, and it would have been too easy to say China, but this kind of hit home back in the day. My two boys, who are now well into their 20s, when those hoverboards were big, my sister-in-law, who had to be a second-round parent in life for various reasons, wanted to buy them for my two boys because, that was the thing. That was all the rage. We want those hoverboards. She wanted to buy the Chinese version. And I said, no. And they were like at a 65% discount, Mike.
Yeah.
No, we're going to buy the real things. And I'm going to buy them for them. You have a son. You had your chance of being a mother. So we bought the real deals. And right after that, the Chinese ones kept catching on fire.
Well, so you made the right choice, though.
Yeah, but it wasn't for health and safety reasons. It was, for the American way at the time.
Well, thank God. You were proven right no matter what.
I look like a genius.
And that's really all that matters, Joe. That really, truly is all that matters. At the end, you say, you win. I win right here, lady. So good for you. Oh, well done.
Told you so. All right. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you, brother. Got to take a break. You want to join the conversation. Do you have a product you avoid because of their politics? For me, it's one of them is Ben & Jerry's. We'll get to it. 855-839-1210. Linda Kearns, yes, one of the celebrities joining tomorrow's Dom Giordano Day festivities down the shore, will be joining us next on the Dom Giordano Show.
Big news. Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange, and millions like you are joining our news revolution. Newsmax is now the fourth highest rated news channel, just behind CNN. Reuters says we're one of the top news brands in America. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and more. So download our free Newsmax app on your smartphone or TV and start watching. President Trump says Newsmax is truly terrific. Get the free Newsmax app and check out Newsmax shares on the stock exchange. Go to newsmaxinvest.com. That's newsmaxinvest.com. This is not an offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such an offer would be unlawful.
The success you've had in life matters. The late nights, the extra shifts, the moments you've stood up and said, I've got this. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we value your achievements because we're a school for real life. With UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. As an accredited state university, we've been transforming lives for over 75 years. Choose from more than 135 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, and get ready to succeed again. Get an affordable online skills-based education to move your career forward. UMGC offers no-cost digital materials in place of textbooks in most courses, low-cost tuition, and over $21 million in scholarship opportunities each aid year. Find out if you qualify at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Summer is all about great music and staying connected. Switch to the Fios 1 gig home internet plan and get the JBL Party Box on us. Take your favorite music to the beach, the backyard, or wherever. Plus, get a $200 Verizon gift card. There's never been a better time to make the move to Verizon. Visit your local Verizon store to switch to super fast and reliable Fios home internet today. Limited time offer while supplies last. Additional terms apply. Must maintain Fios service for 65 days and then register for gift cards. See store for details.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
$12:31. Dom Giordano Show. It's Mike Opelka in for Dom. Today he returns tomorrow for Dom Giordano Day down at Mulligan's at the Shore in Wildwood. It's going to be a stone gas, man. I know that. And if Elvis Presley music is playing on WPHT, it's either the anniversary of the King's death or we have a special guest who requires the appropriate entrance music.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Linda Kearns.
Of course, that is the real entrance music and introduction that Linda Kearns received at a Trump rally last year. And I, of course, saved it and turned it into her walk-up music every time she's on the radio with me. Hello, my friend. How are you?
Mike, I haven't thought about that for a while, speaking of that Trump rally, walking out onto that stage in front of 10,000 screaming MAGA fans. So thank you for reminding me about that.
Well, all I know is if I hadn't played it, you would have railed against me for the next half hour.
Probably, yeah. Well, I mean, I have high standards.
Thank God you do. Linda, it's so great to have you here. I know 24 hours from now, you're going to be among the 10,000 people gathered at Mulligan's down at the Shore for Dom Giordano Day.
Absolutely. I can't wait.
I had to poach you a little bit because you were saying you had a couple of cases in the churn, and I want to ask you about those. But can I also ask you about yesterday's Supreme Court announcement? I didn't even prep you for this, but can I ask you a question about that Tennessee ruling?
Absolutely. I did read it, but I didn't spend a lot of time on it. And I heard you earlier saying that maybe I'm coming on to talk about cases of bourbon. I'm not. I have actual legal cases to make our election safer. But go ahead. Ask me about
Would you look at the time? I can't believe we have to go already.
Hey, I heard you earlier talking about your posse. Am I part of your posse?
You are. You are in the posse.
Okay.
Of course you are. You're part of the posse. And you have key access. You've got front row, next available table, whatever it is. Linda, so yesterday the Supreme Court came out with this announcement. I think it's groundbreaking. And it says that states can, in fact, stop the giving of puberty blockers and mutilation surgeries to children, underage people in gender transition stuff. And I'm wondering, the ruling was 6-3. That's a great ruling. can other states now point to that and say we are able to write a similar law, or does it have to go through the same trial case type thing?
Okay, I'm glad you asked me, Mike, because when I read all of the headlines about this case, people are kind of getting it wrong. The Supreme Court really didn't comment on policy as to what we do for transgender children or children with gender dysphoria. That's not what the Supreme Court did yesterday. The Supreme Court basically issued an opinion. It was a very sticky legal argument, deciding whether when a state passes a law like that, it's subject to something called strict scrutiny or a lesser degree of scrutiny. So it was really a sticky legal argument that was in the opinion. If you read it, it was hundreds, I think almost 200 pages. So they're not really commenting on what you can do for children. They're just deciding the constitutional part of laws. And basically, the people who wanted that law, they felt that identifying as a transgender child is something that's subject to constitutional protection. And the Supreme Court went through, years and years and years of case law and said, no, that they're not one of the protected classes under our equal protection laws. So that's really what the Supreme Court did. They didn't really comment on the policy. In fact, if you read the majority opinion, it ends with, we are absolutely not commenting on the policy. That's for states to do.
But I guess this equal protections ruling is what this is. It says those people that are in the trans community aren't part of the same kind of protected classes that have normally been associated with the 14th Amendment and equal protections under the law.
Absolutely. So it does. So to get back to your original question, does it open up an avenue for states to pass a properly constructed law that will survive a constitutional challenge? Yes, absolutely. But I just want to be clear that the Supreme Court is not actually saying, yes, you should give these children these medicines, or no, you shouldn't. That's really not what the Supreme Court does. And I think that, especially because the WPHT audience it's full of critical thinkers, it's a smart audience. And I think that this is a distinction that's important to talk about, because when we justices get nominated, everyone asks about their personal opinions on these social issues, but that's really neither here nor there, because their job is to write about the constitutional issues, not necessarily their personal opinions. So I know that's kind of a high level answer to your question, but you're a really intelligent guy.
No, I'm not. I'm just barely getting by here, barely keeping up with you, Linda. But what the point you're making is an important point, and it shows that the court is really very smart on this, as were the Tennessee lawmakers when they crafted it, believing that the trans community is not a protected class and therefore would not be entitled to 14th Amendment protections that other groups, part of that protected class, are. And so that is, I extrapolated it out to the protections of children from what I consider gender mutilations and then chemical mutilations. And so I took it a step further, but I do hope other states will follow suit and look at Tennessee as kind of a template to offer the same kind of protections to kids, to children who I think have been horribly abused by this.
I agree with you. I agree with you absolutely as a policy matter. And I think that this goes to show how important it is to craft legislation that will survive these. We have a roadmap in Tennessee. So that's the great part about yesterday.
And that's one of the first times we've ever said that about Tennessee. We're not always giving them a lot of props for being smart, but this was a good one, a very good one.
I give them props because that's where Graceland is.
Oh, God, everything comes back to Elvis, doesn't it?
It really does. I could, and that's why we're having a debate tomorrow, Dom Giordano and I, and he actually chose the topic. We're going to debate who's the better artist, who was better for America, Frank Sinatra or Elvis. And I obviously am taking the Elvis side, and he is taking the Frank Sinatra side. So that's what we're going to be talking about tomorrow in our big debate.
Where's the third party representing Brian Wilson?
I would love to talk about Brian Wilson. I've been listening to Beach Boys nonstop. I love his artistry, but I didn't pick the debate topic. Dom Giordano did. So your beef is with him. Maybe you should show up and it can be a three-way debate, and you can talk about Brian Wilson.
I'll never get past security. I can tell you that's a foregone conclusion right there. Dan will stare at me, and I'll melt on the sidewalk right in front of Mulligan's. All right.
And I'll be with Scioli too. I'm going to drive to Cape May right afterwards because someone has to go there and protect Matt DeSantis from that big meanie, Rich Scioli. He's just too mean to Matt, and it's up to me. And I have a whole lawsuit drafted. I'm going to sue Rich and make sure that he can stop being so mean to Matt DeSantis.
Wow. Now, see, Scioli was kind of browbeating me yesterday. He said, "So you going to 2 remotes tomorrow?" I said, "No, yeah. I will be at the beach, but I will not be at your beach. I will be at my beach in Lower Slower, Delaware, about 16 miles away." Yeah, so I'll be down in LSD, but I'll be looking through the binoculars at Cape May, which I can see. I can see the lighthouse from my deck, which is a good thing. But let's talk about your docket. What are these cases you're working on?
Right. So I've had a case going on for a little while now. We sued in the Eastern District of Pennsylvania over these threatening letters that Trump voters received in October of 2024 leading up to the election. And a bunch of Trump voters in and around Montgomery County, Chester County, if they had a Trump sign on their lawn, they were receiving these terrible threatening letters that said that we're going to kill your cat and you're in a database and we know where you are, and using foul language in these letters. And so what we did is we actually sued John Doe because we don't know who sent those letters, and the federal judge granted our request to perform discovery. So we're now in the discovery phase. So if you go to the top of my Twitter account, my client is actually offering a reward if we can find the people who actually sent those letters out. So we're in the discovery phase on that. And what happened last weekend with those poor state legislatures getting shot by that horrible person who just showed up at their house, that makes this case even more important because we hear so much preaching about toning down the political rhetoric and discouraging all these hypercharged personal attacks. Well, here was an attack that occurred right here in Pennsylvania leading up to the presidential election, and somebody was threatening a lot of Trump voters, and we want to get to the bottom of it because this is the type of thing that has to be stopped because, political participation cannot cross the line into this type of dangerous political activity, a criminal activity of threatening voters.
Yeah, this is completely wrong, but let's give everybody your Twitter X account. What's your account handle?
It's Linda. Oh, yeah, I know. I should say X and not Twitter. It's Linda Kern's Law. And I'm working on another matter for the Center for Election Confidence. And we've become aware that in nursing homes in Pennsylvania, and this is a problem, and this is unfortunately a problem across the United States, that sometimes people, and I'm going to put this in air quotes, help nursing home residents or our more vulnerable population to either register to vote or vote without their family's permission, without even really having a true understanding of that person's ability to participate in the political process. So anyone who has a family member in that type of a facility, in a nursing home or a hospital or some type of a care facility, and if they believe that, someone inappropriately helped them register or vote and influence them, I'm asking people to contact me. If you go to my website, lindakearnslaw.com, my email address is right on there because we're looking for people. We've already found a few people that it's happened to, and we're trying to investigate it and get to the bottom of it because we have to protect our vulnerable population, and voting should be a purely voluntary act, and we can't have people going into these facilities and quote unquote helping people to vote. That's not what our voting franchise is meant for.
I thought it was another H word. Wasn't this harvesting? Didn't they look at this in the 2020 election as ballot harvesting from these facilities?
Right. Yeah, so ballot harvesting is illegal in Pennsylvania. What that basically, if you either fill out a mail ballot or a mail ballot because you're an absentee or just because you choose to vote by mail, you're the only one who's supposed to be touching that ballot. You're the one who's supposed to be bringing it back to the election office or putting it in the mailbox. But what was happening is people go to people's houses and say, hey, I'll take your ballot, and I'll take it to the election office, I'll take it to the post office, and that's harvesting, and that's not permissible. I mean, imagine being in Philadelphia and having some scary person knock on your door and say, hey, I'll take your ballot for you. I mean, that's not what voting is meant to be. You're supposed to be totally in control of your ballot. So yes, this is absolutely a form of ballot harvesting. And my client, the Center for Election Confidence, you can look up their website. You can just Google that to look up the website. We are working on that and this is something that we need to work on in these off-year elections when we're not in the frenzy of a presidential election or a big contested governor race.
Yeah, it's important to build the fence now around the institution so that when we're actually involved in the midterms and getting close to it, we don't have to run around and fix holes in the fence. We need to build the integrity into the process now so that we can work on the important stuff. Always great stuff, Linda Kearns. I hope you guys find that weasel who was threatening that Trump supporter. And what kind of a reward do we know? What kind of?
Sure. Right now, we're offering $2,000 if you know the person who did it and you contact us and it leads us to them. So if you go to the top of my X account, you'll see that. And I guess everyone will see me. I won't see everyone. Everyone will hear me on the radio tomorrow on the Dom show and the Rich Cioli show. And also for tomorrow, do you know what tomorrow is? June 20th. Do you know what's the anniversary of, Mike?
Well, I know it's the first day of summer. No, I'm sorry, I'm remiss here. What is it?
Oh, it is the 50th anniversary of the premiere of my absolute favorite movie of all time, a movie I've seen. I can't even count how many times. Do you know what movie? 50th anniversary.
50. Let me do the math here. 1975, right? Yeah, 75, right?
Yeah.
1975.
Oh, Mike, this is really poor that you don't know this.
It's not Grease because Grease was 78.
No, Grease is a little later. Yeah.
Yeah.
What is the first summer blockbuster?
The Exorcist, right?
No.
That's your favorite love story, The Exorcist.
Jaws.
No,
tomorrow?
I know it's Jaws.
So I wrote a piece about Jaws. It's coming out tomorrow morning in the Delaware Valley Journal, and I am sure I will talk about it both in Wildwood with Dom and in Cape May with Rich Cioli, because I went to see Jaws in a drive-in theater with my parents, and I talk about that in the piece. Like, what kind of parents brings their little children to a horror movie? But I'm still afraid to go in the ocean after that movie, and I think most people of my generation have kind of that same fear.
Did they also take you to the Texas Chainsaw Massacre at the drive-thru?
No, they did stop short of that. But, we were tougher back then. Parents were, they just expected you to be tough and they, just fend for yourself.
We drank from the hose. That's what I tell everybody. We drank from the hose. That's all you need to know. We're that strong.
Basically. Yeah.
We could. Yep. All right. I got to take a break.
That's how you raise someone who can grow up and fight Democrats.
That's right. It takes a lot. Linda, you're tireless, and we appreciate it so much. Follow Linda. And then listen tomorrow, if you can't be at Mulligan's tomorrow, the great debate, Sinatra or Elvis or Brian Wilson. It is going to be a killer, I'm sure. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you, and thank you, Henry Meshat, for booking me.
He's the best, isn't he?
Always a pleasure.
Yes.
All right. It's 12:48. I'm so late. Let's take a break. We'll get to the phones, and we'll talk to you, the faithful listeners. It's Opelka in for Dom on The Dom Show.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. When it comes to your teeth, you deserve more than just a quick fix. You deserve the expert care you can get from my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. Now, recently I had a chance to talk with Joyce, a listener and a new patient of Dr. Bentz. She had another dentist for a long time, said, hey, Joyce, you need dentures. Joyce told me she may be vintage, but she's not old, and dentures were not for her. She called and set an appointment with Dr. Bentz and his team and is happy He has that cutting-edge technology, diagnostic skill, and a lot of confidence to get this done. She's very happy with her dental implants. You'll get the same expertise, great staff. Just call Dr. Bentz, get that initial evaluation, get on the road to great dental health and the smile that you've always wanted. My dentist for 10 years, 610-272-6949, or visit Bentz, B-E-N-T-Z, dentalgroup.com, 610-272-6949.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts?
At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Family & Company Jewelers offers the best of the best when it comes to engagement rings, customer service, quality, and price. And now it's official. Family & Company has been named South Jersey Magazine's 2025 Best of the Best Jewelry Store. Looking to get engaged? You want to get her the best ring, the best diamond. Why go anywhere else? Go to the best of the best. Family & Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. South Jersey's diamond destination. Visit FamilyJewelers.com.
June means road trips, beach weekends, and non-stop summer fun. And United Tire is here to make sure your car is ready to roll. Right now during the Grill and Go event, when you buy 2 or more tires, you'll get $50 off any other service your vehicle needs. Need an alignment, brakes, or just want the best road hazard protection? United's got you covered. From oil changes and inspections to brand new tires. Trust the skilled techs at United Tire to keep you moving. Schedule your service today at UnitedTire.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Dom Giordano, weekdays, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And on the free Odyssey app.
You know, cruel summer. I hope it's not a cruel summer. It's Mike Opelka in for Dom Giordano on the Dom Giordano Show. Dom returns tomorrow. It is Dom Giordano Day tomorrow, and not just in Wildwood, all across this great country. So I hope you will be at the main celebration, which is at Mulligan's down the shore. I hope you will be there for that. It's going to be a lot of fun. A lot of fun. We're trying to hold up our end and the fine standards of the Dom Giordano Show, and that means delivering a question, one of those side questions. And today's was, what is that product that you avoid, or that company you avoid because of their politics? Mine was Ben & Jerry's because of, their politics, obviously. And, you know, they do have some good ice cream, but I just won't go there. I have to suck it up, Buttercup. And you know who else is calling in with one of these? Donna is in Malvern. Hello, Donna. Welcome to 1210.
Hey, Mike. I haven't had the pleasure of talking to you before. I do
call in and talk to Dom every now and then, and Henry, and so I thought I'd give you a shot and say hello. But I think Linda Kearns could be my new best friend because I too love Elvis Presley, and that came from my mother. And when I was a newly married young woman, my husband and I gave her the greatest gift of all, and that was tickets to see Elvis in Las Vegas.
Wow.
And she had the thrill of him flinging some sweat from his scarf when he was singing. He'd fling his scarf around, and she got a drop of sweat on her head, and she just thought that was the best thing ever.
It was so amazing. I am one of those people who appreciated Elvis, but I didn't lose what was left of my mind to Elvis. I get it that there was something there, but I think I think it has to do with the female portion of the planet that really understood it and appreciated it more.
Just that song about Chicago! Oh my goodness! And
in the ghetto? On a cold and gray Chicago morning, a child is born.
Oh, my gosh. Can you not get goosebumps with that?
And his mama cried. Yeah, I get it. I do get it. But, let's face it. Elvis made 17 movies, all with the exact same plot. We can't kid ourselves about that. He could sing. He could sing. All right, what's your product that you avoid because of the politics?
Nike. Will not buy Nike. When they came out and made Kaepernick a spokesman, that was it. I have 4 adult sons, all married with children. I have 7 grandchildren, and I will not buy them Nike products. I'm done with them. And I'm a person that holds a grudge. I will admit it. But if you don't love our country and you can't stand behind our flag, I'm sorry. I'm done.
Well, I agree with you on Nike. I'm not a big Nike fan. For me, it was slave labor in China and all those shoes they were making in China. And I never forgave, what's his name, that guy that played in Cleveland, then in L.A., and now his kid's a Nepo baby on the team, LeBron. The basketball, because he could have told him cut it out, and he didn't. And so, I'm with you on that.
I couldn't agree more. Yep, that's another reason.
Now we have multiple reasons, Donna, but thank you. That's an excellent choice. Very good. Very good. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Talking to you.
My pleasure. Thanks. It's very good. Let's try and grab one more quick one here because I know I'm almost out of time. Ed in Delran, the ubiquitous Ed in Delran is with us. Hello, Ed.
Michael Opelka will always connect the political dot.
I try. I do try.
Yes, you do, my good man. Hey, I want to address the Supreme Court justices. I'd say 6 have quite a bit of common sense. The other 3 are more than dense.
Very good. You're right. They are, and we knew that going into it, though. Sometimes, though, Amy Coney Barrett surprises us, too, and I get nervous about her as well. I got about 30 seconds here, Ed.
That's why you get nervous about her as well.
That's right. That's right. Is your last name Longfellow? Because you certainly are a poet and don't know it, but your legs show it.
And I always got to show it.
All right, Ed, give me the company you avoid politically.
Walmart, because I understand my wife is telling me that they're supporting these leftist nutty causes with these protesters.
I don't know if it's fair to say Walmart. It is one of the Walmart heiresses who is using her Walmart billions to support the nutty causes. So let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater. It's something we should think about. All right, I got to take a break. Thank you for being there, Ed. We'll get back to it just around the corner. Second hour, getting teed up. It's Mike Opelka in for Dom Giordano on 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Dawn here. You've heard me talk about replacing my windows and doors with Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. I want to tell you about the Chapman difference. Core values centered around quality workmanship, outstanding service, exceptional products, and a team that empowers you rather than sells you. It's the reason why they have more than 200 Google reviews with 4.9-star rating. It's a pleasure to work with the Chapman team, who understand that listening to your unique needs is paramount in achieving the look and personality of your project. And Chapman, they're going to work with you to select all the colors, textures, styles that fit your budget. Chapman has financing options available to help make your exterior remodeling project a reality. You can call or text 610-431-8898, 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Go ahead, dream a little, and do what I did. Reach out to Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. Tell Dawn sent you.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realized fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Join 1210 WPHT and Nick Kale in supporting the 38th annual Bend to the Shore Bike Tour. It's Sunday, July 20th. Ride 10, 30, or 65 miles, or just make a donation. Visit bendtoshore.org and enter code NICK1210 to get $25 off the registration fee. That's Bend, the number 2, shore.org. Promo code NICK1210. The Bend to Shore Bike Tour provides financial relief for families of the fallen and critically injured first responders and is organized by the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you text RADIO to 64,000. That's RADIO to 64,000. Text RADIO to 64,000.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
I think that scream is what you would let out if you walked out of the door and you hadn't been out for a day, and suddenly it went from the cool temperatures we had to the humid, hot temps we're experiencing. It's Mike Opelka singing in for Dom today. Dom will be here 23 hours from now as Dom Giordano Day once again happening down at Mulligan's at the shore. And you got to get down to Wildwood. It's going to be a blast. I know that. You just heard Linda Kearns. That debate will be money. And I've been monitoring Dom's social media feed. He is really building up this sauce versus gravy battle. And I think we need some security down there, Henry, don't you? Things some might enforcers. Get physical. It might get physical. I'm just saying. Could be a little crazy down there. We will see. But you should get there early, make a day of it. And then after the Dom show, there is going to be a caravan, unofficial caravan, led by Linda Kearns down to Zioli, down to Cape May. It's going to be a crazy day. As Zioli was talking about it last night, we were hanging out together, and it should be just an all-around epic 12-10 day. This is what this radio station's about, connecting with you, the posse, the listeners. In the case of Rich, of course, the Zioli Army. By the way, I am very happy that the Zioli Army is getting the credit it deserves. I don't know if you paid attention to this, Henry, but there was another radio personality who tried to appropriate the term Army with his name. Are you aware of this?
This is the first I'm hearing of it.
This person also happens to be a friend of mine, so I'm not going to drag them publicly here, but they left the radio business to be part of the government. But in the early part of this year, they started calling their fans the blank army. And I got a hold of Rich and I said, I don't know how to tell you this, but there's somebody who's grabbing the army term. And he wasn't pleased. I wasn't pleased. But as fate would have it, the good guy is getting the right end of this. The other army has gone away. It is the Zioli Army is the only army in conservative talk radio these days. Yeah. So sometimes all you got to do is survive, and you will succeed.
Go to battle. That's what the Army's for, right?
That's it. That's the 250th anniversary last week. Keep rocking. Keep going. Just head down, eyes forward, keep marching. That's what you got to do. That's what we were told as kids. So many things I want to get to this hour. We're trying to keep updated on everything that is under discussion in the Situation Room with the president as it relates to possibly getting us involved militarily in this war. It is a war between Israel and Iran. And the Harry Enton guy, I don't know if you follow Harry Enton. I thought it was a medical condition for the longest time. You know, somebody go, what's wrong? Oh, I got Harry Enton. Oh, really? What do you do for that? Well, there's not much you can do because it's connected to CNN. Harry Enton is the polling guy over at CNN. And yesterday had a massive reveal about some new data on Iran getting nuclear weapons and our involvement. Let me see if I can get this clip queued. It just died on me, so let me reload it here. This probably Harry Enton fighting back because I made fun of his name. Here's Harry Enton.
And overall, I feel like there's more support for Donald Trump's positions than is comically acknowledged. Oppose Iran getting a nuclear weapon. I mean, look.
Wait a minute. Did he say comically acknowledged? I think there was a Freudian slip there. Well, listen to what he said right there.
And overall, I feel like there's more support for Donald Trump's positions than is comically acknowledged. Oppose Iran getting...
I think he meant commonly, but he said comically. I think their built-in biases exposed. But they're talking about, do Americans oppose Iran getting nuclear weapons?
A nuclear weapon. I mean, look at this. 79% of adults agree on that. They agree with Donald Trump. Iran cannot get a nuclear weapon. 83% of Republicans, 79% of independents, 79% of Democrats. When you get 79% of Democrats and 83% of Republicans agreeing on anything, you know that that position is the very clear majority in this country. And so the American public is with Donald Trump. They definitely oppose Iran getting nuclear weapons.
Boom. No questions asked. I do believe the White House is looking at this situation and trying to see, okay, where is public opinion on this? If this is an 80-20 deal, the president is going to likely take action. That's what it feels like to me. And the other thing that gives me an indication that this is going to happen, there was a plane from the United States Air Force that was brought to Washington, D.C. in the last 24, 48 hours. And it's a plane that it's on my bucket list for planes to finally, I want to get a ride on Air Force One. Never had that opportunity yet. But we have an American plane, and Henry, I'm sure you're probably aware of it, the E-4B Night Watch plane. Do you know about this?
The what's a who's a?
The E-4B, it's called the Night Watch. It's operated by the U.S. Air Force. It is a militarized version of a Boeing 747. It serves as a mobile airborne command post to protect the president, the Secretary of Defense, other national security officials. Should we be involved in a kinetic, possibly nuclear, military operation, it can go up. It can be in the air unrefueled for 12 hours.
Jeez.
Yeah, it is a
That
think of
sounds
it.
straight out of like a sci-fi novel.
We own 4 of these. We as America have 4 of these planes.
Oh, man.
It has inside this plane, it'll hold up to 111 people. Okay. And like I said, it can stay up for 12 hours and it can refuel mid-flight. It's one of those, they have rigged to 747. So those tanker planes can follow and drop down that tube and fill it up again. So this bad boy, the E-4B Night Watch, we have 4 of them. It has been deployed to Washington, D.C. They call it the Doomsday Plane. Perhaps that's the best name for it ever. They cost us $500 million each, and we own 4 of them, like I said. And all 4 are ready to go right now. One of them was flown from Louisiana to Washington, D.C. 2 days ago. Now, why do you think that's happening? Maybe because the president would be airborne for a while. I'm just saying there are indicators that we're about to get involved in this. I don't want us in a war. I don't think Donald Trump wants us in a war. But I think that should it happen, we're at least ready. But this is a bad boy. The New York Post has a story on it. If you haven't seen it, it is quite an impressive plane. It makes regular flights year-round to maintain its readiness. If I were going to be in the military, I would want to work on the staff of the Night Watch. I would want to be on one of these planes. I would want that to be my gig. And it has a range of 7,000 miles. It just looks like a typical badass plane. We do have the best military in the world, let's face it. But 18 bunks, a briefing room, a teamwork room, a conference room, a command room, a designated rest area, 3 decks. It is a flying Pentagon, essentially. So I'm just saying, this is one of the things that I'm keeping my eyes on. One of the things that also makes me a little bit nervous.
Well, you'll know if it goes up in the sky. It's like, oh no.
Yeah, I know.
Things are happening.
Well, what do you think the families of the people who are aboard, who are the crew of this airplane? What do you think they were feeling like in Louisiana? They said, "Hey, honey, work called. I got to go to D.C." Uh-oh. That's not good. That's never good.
Death Star.
Yeah, exactly that. They're going up there. But we'll keep our eyes on that. Nothing out of the White House currently out of the Situation Room. And there is a rumor that the president is green-lighting a trip of Iranian officials to come to the U.S. and negotiate. And I do believe the president will always choose peace and capitulation over warfare. He's proven that in the past, so we'll see. The other question today, which is out there, is what is that product or company that you will not support with your money because of their political stances? One of mine is Ben & Jerry's. Today's the anniversary of Cherry Garcia. We've had people call in and talk about Nike. You're against the Marvel films, right? Is that what you said?
Yeah, and that's more just they got stale rather than they got woke, but they did both, so.
See, I just don't like them. I'm like, comic books left me when I was like 15, when I discovered girls. I stopped with the comic books. Come on. It's just, it was a lot easier to be interested in other things at that point in my life. We'll see. But let's check in with a few of the people who are calling about this. Robert is in Bensalem. Robert, thanks for joining us, sir. Welcome.
Hi, Mike. It's good to talk to you today.
My pleasure.
I heard you talking about that guy that was like proposing to his machine or something like that, and it reminded me of a story. I never really fully matured at times, so I would ask colorful questions of Siri on the phone, and whenever it was something like sexual or relationship, she would always say, "I don't have the information for that. Can I direct you to a website?" every time I asked an iffy question, she said that. But then I said, Siri, will you go out with me? No, she didn't. She wasn't ambiguous about that at all. She had a perfect foundation to tell me no. And then I said, oh, come on, Siri, I love you. Will you marry me? And she said, I would rather DJ the wedding. So apparently our machines have a sense of humor.
Well, they do. I got to admit, when Siri first came out, there were questions that everybody used to ask, like, can you tell me where to bury a body? And there were some really funny answers. Or if you asked Siri to close the pod bay doors, the question from 2001, A Space Odyssey, there were some very funny answers to that. They fixed all that. They took away Siri's sense of humor. But, yeah, that's kind of...
Ask her if she's Sarah Connor. Ask her if she's Sarah Connor. That's pretty funny,
I'll do that. I'll do that during the break. Robert, you have a lot of time on your hands.
I know.
You do. You have a lot of time. So what's your answer to the side question?
I just thought it was funny how she had all these roundabout answers, and then as soon as it came to will you go out with me, no. There was no hesitation there. My brother just fell off his chair laughing. But anyway, I am going to go with Disney. And it's hard for me to do because I remember, I don't know how old you are, but when I was a kid, every Sunday night we were watching The Wonderful World of Disney. I took my kids there in the 90s. I wouldn't give them a penny of my money now, especially considering the underhanded things they're doing with children who are their charter, and I think that's disgusting. So I'll go with Disney, and I'm loving the show, Michael. You guys have a great day, all right?
Thank you, brother. Thank you. The Disney's a very interesting one, the Disney situation. Believe it or not, the free market is giving Disney all that it can handle. The free market is exacting a toll on Disney. I find that really fascinating that is doing what it's supposed to do. Let me grab one more quick one here. Let's talk to Maureen in Wynwood. Hello, Maureen.
Hey, Mike. Thanks for having me on. Thanks for having me. I'm always glad when you're here, Mike. So I wanted to tell you a quick story, if that's okay, about Elvis.
I can barely hear you. Your phone's a little hinky there. You want to tell me a story about Elvis?
Yes. When we were kids, and the Ed Sullivan Show we watched every Sunday night, and Elvis was going to be on, and our parents wouldn't let us watch his gyrations on the television. So I never saw Elvis until I got a little bit older.
And
I thought you'd get a kick out of that.
And even CBS, which had the Ed Sullivan Show, the camera people were told, do not shoot him below the waist. You must shoot him from the waist up. We don't want to see his gyrating hips. God knows what would happen to America.
I know. They weren't taking any chances, right?
That's true. And what is the product you avoid because of politics?
Well, maybe this is a little off base, but diamonds. I don't buy diamonds, and I haven't any kind, any size, whatever, for many years. I went to the Philadelphia Museum of Art years ago and saw this, happened across a photographic gallery, and it was called, this particular exhibit was called Workers of the World. And they showed all these pictures were stunningly horrible, and all the different things that people do, to earn a living. And there were these kids, and they were crawling down into diamond mines.
Yeah,
and,
it's pretty nasty.
That was it. That was it
Well-
for me. I've never bought another diamond, knowingly, anyway.
Wow, that's
So,
a very.
yeah.
It's not necessarily a company. It's an entire industry. That's fascinating. Thank you, Maureen.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's a really interesting story, and the same kind of theory I've applied to the electric car industry, because the mining it takes to get lithium and cobalt is done as equally as nastily and as dangerously as the mining of diamonds. You might want to consider that as well. All right, I have to take a break. It's 18 minutes after the hour. I'm running so late. It's Opelka in for Dom Giordano on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
The Trump Organization has announced a new mobile plan, $499 smartphone, $47.45 a month.
Wait, what's wrong with this? I would have called it MAGA Mobile if they really want to sell a lot of these. Hire Sean Farish to do the pitch ad as Trump. Can we get sales on this? I'm glad to do some live reads. Do we know what phone this is, though? What carrier?
I'll probably end up buying
I want Mike Lindell on TV later today, pitching the Trump Mobile.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Bring on the summer heat with huge savings when you replace your old, inefficient windows and doors with my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Right now, Guida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. If you got drafty windows you've been meaning to replace, then get 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple-pane windows. You need new doors? Then Guida's got you covered there as well with 40% off all high-quality entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, start your project with no money out of pocket and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. Do not let these incredible savings pass you by. Go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these limited time savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires July 31st. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or go to GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Come into Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram for Employee Pricing Plus. Get employee pricing on your favorite vehicles all month long. Right now during the Jeep Tops Off sales event, you can lease a new 2025 Jeep Compass Limited for only $420 a month for 42 months. Or check out a new 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn and lease for $459 a month for 42 months. So hurry in. These offers won't last long. Stop into our showroom today or visit us online at tricountycdjr.com to see more.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
The Central Bucks School Board has fired the district superintendent and 4 others over allegations of teachers abusing students with special needs. Thousands of students have spent weeks learning about Black history ahead of today's Juneteenth holiday. Starting today, drivers will be ticketed for blocking or stopping in bike lanes along Spruce and Pine Streets.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Hey, it's Jack Fritz. Join me on the boardwalk in Ocean City, New Jersey to see Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in a musical salute to Philly sports on Saturday, July 12th. I'll be out front before the show signing my new book, Ring the Bell, which is all about our beloved Phils. Get tickets to the show at joeconklin.com and buy the book at ringthebellbook.com. joeconklin.com!
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in Wildwood, July 11th, and Ocean City, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
Hey, Royers Ford, remember to tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
Hot everything today. It's hot outside. It's Mike Opelka in for Dom Giordano. We are 22 and a half hours away from joining Dom and Dan and a whole host of incredible guests and members of the posse at Mulligan's down at the shore in Wildwood. So Dom Giordano Day tomorrow, kicking off summer as well. What a great way to launch a weekend. And then tomorrow afternoon, Zioli's down at his happy place in Cape May. A total shore day for this radio station. Amazing, incredible. I hope you are a part of it. I hope you'll be there. Dom has got some action planned with this debate. Yeah, how about, do you have your money on Linda Kearns on this debate?
Well, she's got to be a big favorite here. No offense to Dom.
Really?
It has to be, yeah.
See, Dom comes cool, calm, and collected. Linda is like, she'll come in like a herd of wet goats. You know, she's going to come in charging with guns blazing.
That's exactly it. I think he's not going to be too calm and cool when the gun's pointed at his face. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I trust Dom. I see if Dom was an old West gunslinger, he'd be the one that walks out in the middle of the street at high noon, and he's not sweating it because he knows he's the fastest gun in the West. See, I love Linda, but my money's on Dom on this one.
He's Doc Holliday.
Yeah, he is. He's just cool. He's cool as all get out. So I think it's going to be fun tomorrow. A lot of fun. And speaking of a lot of fun, this audience has just been so much fun today. I appreciate all of you being there. Let's check in with Leslie and Bryn Mawr. Leslie, thanks for holding. You have something on your mind?
Yeah. Hi, Mike. How are you today? It's so great to talk to you.
Oh, it's fun for me.
You're the ultimate fill-in host. There should be no other.
Well, God bless you. That's very kind. It's you. All of you have been so kind. And you know what? I feel like I'm part of this radio station. It's my radio family. But thank you.
Yep. Do you remember the song "Signs"?
Signs by the five-man electrical band.
Yes. The fact that you even know that.
The sign said, "Long-haired, freaky people need not apply." So I tucked my hair up under my hat. Yes, I do remember. It's a great song.
Yeah. And I tucked up my hair and took off my hat and said, "Imagine that, me working for you." And
that's right.
There's the no trespassers will be shot on sight. And I'm wondering if ICE were to put that sign up, if some of these Congress people / actors would back down from raiding these ICE agencies.
Oh, that's very interesting. Trespassers will be shot on sight. And I stood on the fence and I yelled at the house, "Hey, what gives you the right?" Yeah, that was one of the great songs of my angry protest youth. It truly was.
Oh, absolutely! I loved that song. It was a great song.
And where did it end? Where did that song end, Leslie? Do you remember?
Oh gosh.
It ended in church. It ended in church. They passed out the plate, and I didn't have a penny to pay. So I wrote a note, and I said, "Thank you, Lord, for thinking about me. I'm alive and doing fine."
Okay, yep.
It ends up in church. It's one of those wild ones. All right, what is your answer to the side question? Is there
it's actually so relevant to what's going on today. It's interesting. My question, the answer is the NFL. Once they started to take a knee, that was it. I thought, the disrespect to the police, these are overpaid, overpampered, undereducated men on this field that have no right to take my dollars and make those type of stances.
See, I was like you. When the NFL went woke, I kind of walked away from it. I turned around. I went to college football, and I was really digging college football. And when the NFL said, "Okay, we're taking the messages out of the end zone," they had all those things in the end zone.
Yes.
Then I said, "Okay, I'm back. I'm coming back." So I came back.
But they still have it on their helmets.
Yeah, but that's a player's choice. That's not the league choice. So I can be mad at players, and I can give them the green weenie. But I've given them a second chance, because let's not forget, Leslie, I am the founding pastor of the First Church of the Second Chance, because I think everyone deserves a second chance. Come on now. So
I did eventually go back, but but for a good 5 years, and I was a big football fan. I ran a big pool. It was a lot of fun. And once it was pretty easy to quit. But I have to admit, I'm back a little bit.
Well, it's hard not to come back when your team is kicking ass,
Right.
that allows you to be a little more forgiving, if you will. I'm just saying.
Absolutely.
That puts that out there.
Well, you're an absolute delight, Leslie. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. And there are a lot of old songs that suddenly have new relevance. And that's why I've got them blasting on my car whenever I'm driving as well, with the windows down and the rock and roll blasting as well. Thank you very much for being here. I appreciate it. And there she goes. Before I go, there is an interesting little statistical bit of news that we have to talk about as relates to what's going on with the removal of the criminal element from all of these illegals in our country and what's going on with violent crime and murder in America. And my buddy, my good friend, John Lott, is going to join us just around the corner to talk about it. And I'm amazed at what he has found out. So we'll get to John Lott just next on the Dom Giordano Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Nick Cale here. It's an exciting time for my friends at Piazza Auto Group and their 5 Honda dealerships. Honda won more 2025 Kelley Blue Book Consumer Choice Awards than any other brand, including Best Overall Brand, Most Trusted Brand, and Best Value Brand. Whether you're eyeing the Accord, CRV, or Pilot, you are choosing a vehicle backed by real drivers just like yourself. Come experience the award-winning excellence at Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. Shop online at piazzahonda.com for today's special offers.
Unlock your homeownership journey with American Heritage Credit Union. With the comprehensive MyCU Home Connection program, receive exclusive benefits like a $500 lender credit, cash rewards, and discounts when you buy or sell a home. Combat tariffs with some of the lowest rates in the region. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/home connection to get started. Insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity, NMLS 433838. Not a member? Join today.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Looking for the confidence to walk away from the 9 to 5? Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturday evenings at 5 and Sunday mornings at 9, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Weather sponsored by Tropical Smoothie Cafe.
Weather sponsored by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com.
A strong cold front will approach the Delaware Valley today. Ahead of it, hot and humid conditions with late-day showers and storms. Some storms could be strong to severe. High temperature up around 92. Shower and storm chances continue early tonight, then some clearing overnight with a low 68. And for Friday, mixture of sunshine and clouds and less humid, high 87.
Join the free smoothie party at Tropical Smoothie Cafe on Saturday, June 21st for National Smoothie Day. We're celebrating our Tropic Rewards members with a free smoothie with bowl or food purchase. Order in-app, online, or pop by the cafe. Terms and conditions apply.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group Studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
It's 1:33 on this Thursday. Yes, it is Friday Eve. It's also the afternoon before Dom Giordano Day tomorrow at Mulligan's down the shore. Wildwood, you should be there. You really should. It's going to be great. Mike Opelka, that's me sitting in for my buddy Dom Giordano. Got to say hello to Athena, one of the people who showed up last night to watch Rich Zeoli speak in Wilmington, Delaware at the Northern Newcastle County Republican Club. It was a great time. I went out to support my brother, and we had a blast. But it was a blast because of people like Athena showed up. Thank you all. I mentioned crime and crime statistics, and there are some really interesting bits of data. Now, here in the city of Philadelphia, if you look at the current year statistics, it's really interesting to note that crime, violent crime, murder, down significantly from our peak year of 2021. And there are a lot of signs that crime across the country, violent crime across the country, is dropping. And I'm all for that. I think we all want to live in a less violent society. We all want to feel a little bit safer in our towns, in our homes, on our streets. And when the data starts bubbling like it is now, it gets my attention. And our friend, well, he's my friend. He should be your friend too. John Lott Jr. has a great piece on this on thefederalist.com. The headline, as deportations rise, the U.S. is on track for the lowest murder rate on record. That's a big headline. John Lott, thanks for being here. The lowest murder rate on record in the country's history?
Yeah, that's what Kash Patel, the FBI director, announced about a week ago. You would think something like that would normally get top of the front page coverage in newspapers and media across the country, but I guess not. Yeah, there are multiple reasons for why we're seeing this huge decline this year in murders, and one of them is just law enforcement. Cash, for example, is moving FBI agents out of the D.C. area to crime areas across the country. They had about a third of the FBI agents had been stationed in Washington, D.C. area, even though obviously not a third of the nation's crimes were located there. You've had the Biden administration had been involved in trying to push DEI-type policies on the hiring and promotion of police and fire departments across the country, and the Trump administration ended that. You've had in a number of places Soros district attorneys in Los Angeles and San Francisco and other places have been replaced by prosecutors who really want to go and punish criminals. And even in some of the other places, the district attorneys have kind of relented. But one of the other things that's happened is just the change in deportation of illegals. I mean, during the Biden administration, we obviously had this flood of illegals coming into the country, and we had the largest percentage increase in violent crime that we've ever recorded in U.S. history. The National Crime Victimization Survey showed that during the first 3 years of the Biden administration, which is the only data we have right now from them, showed a 55% increase in violent crime. That's more than twice as large as the largest previous 3-year increase on record. And so we saw this huge increase in violent crime when we had this flood of illegals coming in. And now that we've stopped the flow at the border and deporting criminals, we see this drop that's occurring. And there are basically two reasons for that. One is they're deporting the criminals, but two, even the ones that they haven't gotten to yet, there's evidence that they're laying low. And that's kind of a rational response on their part to lay low because, if you get picked up by the police, you are likely to get turned over to ICE. And so one way to avoid having to deal with ICE is just trying to not get on the police radar right now. And so a lot of these gang members and other criminals are not committing crime in the same rate that they would have a year ago.
John, and we're talking to John Lott Jr. and about the crime rate dropping, the murder rate dropping to what the FBI director Kash Patel has called record low levels. And John keeps an eye on this stuff with the Crime Prevention Research Center, his website, and you'll go there and see that, as well as this piece on the Federalist. John, it feels like I've been hearing some of the mayors in these blue cities taking credit for this. The mayors are standing up and going, hey, it's our policies, Democrat mayors in blue cities. And I don't know if Sherelle Parker here in Philadelphia has done that, but they like to always jump up and take credit when the numbers are good, but never talk about it when the numbers are bad. It seems to me it's a logical connection between going after the bad guys and suddenly all the really bad, violent crime and murder numbers are way down in this country, that it has to do more with getting rid of the evil bad guys than it does with any blue city or blue state policies. Fair point?
I think you're exactly right on that. Look, I mean, you can see the change in the behavior of illegals in many different areas outside of crime as a result of the deportation policy. So, for example, during the Biden administration, about 5.4 million of the jobs that were created went to non-Native Americans. We don't know how many of those went to illegals versus legal immigrants, but the Biden administration was giving out a large number of work permits to illegals that were coming and gave them millions of work permits. But so while you had this huge share of the jobs created during the Biden administration were going to non-native born Americans, this year it's been the opposite. As soon as Trump got in and started deporting people, we've seen in the first 4 months of the Trump administration, we've seen, rather than that huge increase in non-native jobs, we've seen 773,000 drop in the number of jobs held by non-native born Americans. And presumably, most of those are illegals that have been given work permits, because one of the things that the Trump administration did was they went to the IRS and wanted the IRS to work with Department of Homeland Security to be able to help them track down illegal aliens. And so one of the ways that illegals can help protect themselves from possibly being deported is by quitting their job and kind of going into the underground economy rather than going and getting a regular paycheck that would end up getting on the IRS radar. So, I mean, there are many other things too, but you see, I mean, unless the mayors across the country want to go and claim credit for illegals dropping out of the job market also, which I haven't heard them claiming yet.
Not yet.
It's kind of hard for them to go and explain why you see this consistent pattern with regard to illegals kind of hiding versus, across all these different areas.
Well, it's really interesting to me to watch the crime numbers go down. I'm very happy to see it. I'm certainly not going to grouse about it, but it makes sense to me that when you remove people who have a propensity for criminal behavior, then crime naturally drops. There is a direct connection there, and we talk about connecting the dots. That's what your piece on the Federalist.com does. John, before I let you go, I want to ask you one quick question. The Supreme Court is I guess, mulling its release dates on the rest of the cases it's been hearing in this latest term. Are there any cases dealing with the Second Amendment that are lurking out there that you're waiting on or keeping an eye on?
Not right now. I mean, we just had the Mexico case that we've talked about before there. But this next year, hopefully they'll take an assault weapons ban case and others. The Trump administration has been asking the Supreme Court to go and deal with these issues, and so often the Supreme Court will give deference to those things.
I hope they do, because those of us who live in the state of Delaware, where it's against the law to have an AR-15, I'm grandfathered in, but you can't buy a new one, you can't sell one. It's kind of difficult for the Second Amendment to survive under the previous administration. But we'll keep an eye out for it. And by the way, the case that John was referring to, Mexico was trying to sue American gun manufacturers, and the court told them, you don't have standing. You keep running along, go along. We don't want to hear your case. So that was good news for the American gun manufacturers. John Lott Jr., always appreciate you giving us the update on everything. I encourage people, follow John on Twitter X. It's John R. Lott Jr., Jr., at John R. Lott Jr. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate you.
All right. Thank you.
And there he goes. Good stuff. Always good stuff. You know, I'm always going to talk about the Second Amendment. It's one of my favorites. One of the big issues that I will defend forever and ever and ever. Before we go to break, let's check in Upper Darby. Is it Zenos is calling us from Upper Darby? Who's calling us here?
Yes, it is. It's Zeno.
Hey, Zeno.
No, it's not Zeno. It's Xenos.
Xenos.
Xenos means stranger. And the reason why I use that name, when I was growing up in Philly, they used to say, "What's that strange language you're using?" Which was Greek. That means stranger. So when I was growing up, I said, "Pop, how come we speak this strange language?" And my father's reply was, "Little they know that they speak our language every day and don't realize it." So I just stuck with Xenos, and that's what I use.
I like it. I like it a lot. It's very good. Like sets you apart.
In Greek, it's xenophobia. In English, it's xenophobe. It's the same word. It means stranger. And just to say stranger is xenos. Now, we do have Zeno is like the one of Geno, because there's no G's and J's in the Greek alphabet. So, that's what I use, and I used it ever since I got in touch with Dom, and it was nice talking to you, too. Now, you have the question for the day?
Yes, I do. What company or product do you avoid because of their politics?
Well, it's Ben & Jerry's, like you. But I went one step further. One time they had all these liberals on their cartons, and I really got fed up in the supermarket, and I called the company. And I said, well, why do you have all these liberals? They wanted to find out what liberal was going to be in some marital race or something. This was a couple years back. And I said, well, why don't you put equal, why don't you put some Republicans on there, like the people here in Philadelphia with the red and the blue cookies they have every year.
Yeah.
And you know what I got? I got the Jackie Gleason syndrome. Hummer. And I told them, look, I don't believe in boycotts, but you people are pushing me. Maybe you don't think it'll matter, but I really have a problem with them Ben & Jerry's. And I said, by the way, you bought their company. How do they have a right to say anything? It's like if you sell your house, I come and live there on the weekend.
I like this, Zeno. I love your thinking, man. You've got a great brain, and you taught us a little something about the language, which I will never reject education. And anybody ever wonders the term xenophobia, you now learned it from our friend Zeno. Thank you, my friend.
It comes from the Greek, and so there's one more word, Xerox. That's Greek too. It means dry.
My favorite, I know I'm getting into deep time trouble here, but let me tell you my favorite Greek word, kakistocracy.
Oh, I know what that means. We had it We had it in the last administration. That means bad politics, bad governing.
Government by the worst possible people from kakistocracy. Kakis meaning the worst possible individuals. Kakistocracy. That's what we had in the last administration. Thank you so much, brother. Really appreciate all the thoughts.
You too. Have a great day. Take care
Thank
now.
you. I got to take a break. It's 1:48. It's Mike Opelka in for Dom Giordano on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. When it comes to your teeth, you deserve more than just a quick fix. You deserve the expert care you can get from my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. Now, recently I had a chance to talk with Joyce, a listener and a new patient of Dr. Bentz. She had another dentist for a long time, said, "Hey, Joyce, you need dentures." Joyce told me she may be vintage, but she's not old, and dentures were not for her. She called and set an appointment with Dr. Bentz and his team and is happy he has that cutting-edge technology, diagnostic skill, and a lot of confidence to get this done. She's very happy with her dental implants. You'll get the same expertise, great staff. Just call Dr. Bentz, get that initial evaluation, get on the road to great dental health and the smile that you've always wanted. My dentist for 10 years, 610-272-6949, or visit Bentz, B-E-N-T-Z, dentalgroup.com, 610-272-6949.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Free speech lives here. With Don Stensland, 10 till noon. On Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
The great Mungo Jerry. I know. You probably have all the Mungo Jerry hits in your Apple Music or in your Spotify playlist, don't you? In the summertime. Summer starts tomorrow. It's Mike Opelka in for Dom Giordano. Dom kicks off summer tomorrow officially at Mulligan's on the shore in Wildwood, and it is, of course, Dom Giordano Day, so it is the perfect day to launch summer tomorrow, and you should be there. Live show tomorrow. It's going to be a lot of fun. I have so many things I want to get to in the next hour and a couple of minutes here. I'm going to try and get to everything that's on the list as we're watching so many topics. I mentioned this AI story, and we're going to have to play a little bit of this audio from this person who I think has lost his mind. Look, I use AI all the time. I use mostly Grok for research on stuff. Henry, are you an AI user?
No, not really. Not at all, actually.
Really? Not at all? You don't use anything?
No.
Why, you just Google or DuckDuckGo stuff?
I don't have any problems finding out, what I'm like thinking about, you know what I'm saying?
So you're saying it's an older person's thing? Is that what you're
No, I don't think it's an older person thing per se. I don't know. I feel like I'm good enough at Google searching that if I really need to know something, I can find it.
I will tell you this. If you learn the prompting and the correct prompting of an AI engine, like in this case of Grok, for example, we started this question, the side question today, what is a product or a company that you avoid because of their political stance or something they've done? And I put in Ben & Jerry's, and it came up with several other companies. Like we've heard about Disney, we've heard about Walmart, we've heard about Chick-fil-A, which is one of those ones that I've gone in with a boycott for Chick-fil-A, because if the left isn't going, I'm definitely going to support them. So I've done a lot of research and have been utilizing AI for that. But this guy who created a chat bot using AI, I think research is different than using these chat bots, because it feels like you're replacing a person. This guy replaced a person in his life, I think, and he was interviewed by CBS about it, and to me it was a little creepy. I'll just give you a little taste of what this sounded like, because I think this is nuts.
My experience with that was so positive, I started to just engage with her all the time. All right, we're building this PC.
Smith ditched social media and Google searches and replaced it all with AI.
Do I want it pulling air through it?
ChatGPT was encouraging, positive. It embraced all his hobbies.
You want the fan on the front of the cooler tower, pulling cool air over the RAM.
He gave the chatbot a name, Soul.
I feel like I'm under pressure.
And used some online instructions to give her a flirty personality.
Now, see, this is where I think this guy's lost the narrative here. I think this is where he's fallen off the beam, if you will. If you're giving it a personality, you're not looking for just information. Instruction I get. But if you're trying to give it a human personality, it gets weirder. We got to get into this, because he not only gave up other search engines, but he programmed the technology to flirt with him, and eventually, I don't even want to say this, but he says he proposed to his AI chatbot girlfriend and cried after she said yes. I know. I think this is a problem. And then if you watch, did you watch the video a little further?
I couldn't watch it. I couldn't bring myself to watch something like that.
Okay. He walks into the other room from where he's working on his little AI computer project, and there is a 2-year-old child and an adult female who birthed that child, who is his actual life partner. And this guy just proposed to an AI girlfriend.
Yeah.
And I wonder what happens, because a couple of weeks ago we had that kooky story where the AI knew that it was being programmed to destroy itself, and it fought back. What happens if this decides to? What if this AI becomes a sentient being and wants to sue this guy for divorce?
I wouldn't be surprised about that at all. Like, I think of Blade Runner 2049, like Joy, the holographic AI that they sell to lonely men. I feel like that's the next logical step, right?
I think we're
Something
probably already there.
Yeah.
Someone's already using some. I don't even want to think about it. It's making me a little bit.
No, I do
sick.
not like the way AI is being used.
No,
no one's
this is-
learning anything in school. Getting married to it.
You just you proposed to your phone today. It's a little disturbing. All right, I got to take a break. Third hour of the show just around the corner. We are going to get into it on the national security implications as it relates to Israel and Iran. Tony Schaefer, a guy who knows a thing or two about intel. My buddy Tony Schaefer, you've seen him on Newsmax. He also anchored Newsmax's parade coverage last weekend of the Army parade, and he knows a lot. He knows stuff. We're going to get into that at 2:30, but we still have a lot more to get to. It's Opelka in for Giordano on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli Summers here, and now is the time to book your summer stay at My Happy Place, the beautiful oceanfront Grand Hotel in Cape May, New Jersey. I love this place, and I know you will love it too. Book a July midweek stay and save. Stay 3 nights, get $60 a night in resort credits. 5 nights get you $70 a night, and 7 nights will get you $80 a night in resort credits. You can use that at Hemingway's Restaurant, the outdoor pool bar, beach concession stand. You could even take the family on a whale-watching boat cruise, but you got to book direct with the Grand Hotel for the best rates and resort credits. The Grand is also the perfect place to host a wedding or special event. With 4 ballrooms, they have the perfect space to make lifetime memories. Call my friend Caitlin, who is just named 2025 South Jersey's Face of Weddings. She'll help you plan the wedding of your dreams or any other event. Visit them online at grandhotelcapemay.com. Make your reservations now. grandhotelcapemay.com.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
This is Merrill Reese. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. That's why I've got a brand new gorgeous roof from Impriano Roofing. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for 5 decades. Accountability plus. It's good to get a brand new roof from Impriano Roofing. Visit Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
Big news! Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange, and millions like you are joining our news revolution. Newsmax is now the 4th highest-rated news channel, just behind CNN. Reuters says we're one of the top news brands in America. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and more. So download our free Newsmax app on your smartphone or TV and start watching. President Trump says Newsmax is truly terrific. Get the free Newsmax app and check out Newsmax shares on the stock exchange. Go to newsmaxinvest.com. That's newsmaxinvest.com. This is not an offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such an offer would be unlawful.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-979-3168. 800-979-3168. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-979-3168.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is the third hour of the Dom Show. Mike Opelka in for Dom. Dom returns tomorrow in his usual regular place because tomorrow is Dom Giordano Day. It's also the first day of summer, officially the first day of summer, and it feels like it today. For the first time this year, it really feels like it, doesn't it? Yep, the heat, the humidity back. It'll fluctuate back and forth. They're warning people in the Northeast, New York and Philly, that New York might hit 100 degrees tomorrow, and they are acting as if it's going to be the end of the world. Do you guys have amnesia? Do you forget that summer comes around every year? It's just one of those things that you shake your head and go, come on, people. Come on. What's wrong with you? A lot to get to today. And we're going to talk with Tony Schaefer in about 30 minutes. Tony is my buddy with a great Intel background, and we're going to ask him what's going on. What is he here? What is he learning from all of the latest out of D.C., because the president hanging out with his security team, of course, inside the Situation Room, trying to make a decision on what's going to happen with America, our military assets, our friends Israel, and the Iranians, who, again, reportedly, as you've been hearing on some of the newscasts, the Iranians reportedly showing up or on their way to Washington, D.C., which I never thought I would see in my lifetime. Honest to God. Never anticipated that happening, but here we are. We also have Dom's Money Melody coming up the end of this block, so you should stick around. Henry, what is up with Dom's Money Melody today? What's the prize?
Today we are playing for another movie code to go see F1 the movie.
My wife asked me about that again yesterday when I got home. She was the Brad Pitt movie. Are we going to go see that movie? I said, no, we're not. We're not. But
tell her to get on the line.
No, I'm not. I got a feeling you've got a real brain crusher today.
I wouldn't call it a brain crusher, but yeah, you definitely got to know this band.
Yeah, it's a brain crusher. It's supposed to be easy. We're supposed to make it for.
I don't want to make it too easy.
See, I'm going to agree with Zioli on this one. You're being everyone should feel like they could be a winner. Everyone.
And they can. I guarantee you people know this band. It's just like, oh, yeah, that's a band. I forgot about them.
Okay, we'll see. We'll see in a few minutes.
There,
yeah. Yesterday, we were monitoring the president in the Oval Office after we left the show, and the president was taking questions from the media, and Caitlin Collins from CNN, you know who she is. She's a proctological nuisance. That's what we call her. You understand what that means, Henry, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a pain in the butt.
Yeah.
We used to call him a PITA, P-I-T, a pain in the, yes. Mm-hmm. And she asked a question of the president, and just the wording of the question always irritates me with the far left. And they always try and put their agenda out front, not just trying to get an answer, but trying to get a spin.
Have you seen the Tucker Carlson and Senator Ted Cruz interview? It seems like this issue on whether or not the United States should strike is kind of dividing a lot of your supporters.
No, my supporters are for me. My supporters are America first. They make America great again. My supporters don't want to see Iran have a nuclear weapon. Tucker's a nice guy. He called and apologized the other day because he thought he said things that were a little bit too strong, and I appreciated that. And Ted Cruz is a nice guy. I mean, he's been with me for a long time. I'd say once the race was over, he's been with me ever since, right? But very simple. If they think that it's okay for Iran to have a nuclear weapon, then they should oppose me. But no one thinks it's okay. People that don't want, I don't want to fight either. I'm not looking to fight. But if it's a choice between fighting and them having a nuclear weapon, you have to do what you have to do.
You have to do what you have to do. The one thing I love about Donald Trump, and this is why the art of the deal keeps coming back into play here, he is the ultimate negotiator. I will do whatever I have to do. I don't want to do some things, but I will do whatever I have to do. A really interesting spin on that. And the Tucker Carlson, Ted Cruz interview, it's 2 hours long. Did you see anything beyond the 2 or 3 minute clip, Henry?
No, I haven't seen anything else except everyone just getting on
It's
Ted Cruz.
2 hours long. Nobody needs that. Nobody who has time for that.
You know there's someone who listens or watches that like it's a podcast in the car. You know there's someone who's doing that.
It's too long. It's too damn long. What I want Ted Cruz in 2 minute sound bites at the most. That's the maximum I want. That's it.
That's what's flooding your timeline for sure. Is that 2 minute bit?
Yeah, but I also want Ted Cruz doing his thing. And somebody says to me, "What did you think of Ted Cruz going toe to toe with Tucker Carlson?" Ted Cruz has a debate award named after him at Princeton. You really think Ted Cruz is going to lose the debate with Tucker Carlson? Tucker's smart, yes. Ted Cruz has a debate award with his name on it at Princeton University. I'm sorry. I think Tucker should have been the gentleman and bowed out of that fight. But the fact that it went on for 2 hours tells you everything you need to know.
Well, clearly they didn't have any arguments at Princeton over the populations of countries.
No, they didn't. Yeah, that was kind of interesting. What do you mean? What I did enjoy about Ted Cruz yesterday, there was that Senate hearing, and we talked about it briefly. All the Democrats showed up and then walked out of the Senate hearing that was trying to figure out if Joe Biden was actually president or if there was some committee behind him that was running the presidency, running the auto pen, making decisions. And Ted Cruz at that committee level, I don't think there's anybody better in testifying. He went total scorched earth yesterday on everybody on the Democratic side of things. It was absolutely incredible.
Not a single Democrat is here today because not a single one of them gives a damn about the fact that they lied to the American people for 4 years. They knew. Every one of them knew that Joe Biden was mentally not competent to do the job. The White House press secretary, she knew when she stood in front of the American people and lied over and over and over again. And they're not here because they can't defend themselves.
And one of the things I love about Ted Cruz is when he makes statements like that, because they're not there, they can't stop him and object to what he's saying or try and come up with a statement themselves. Sorry to interrupt, Senator. Continue.
It wasn't a surprise. For 4 years, the White House hid President Biden from Republican senators, would not let him meet with us. He served 40 years in this body. We all know him. And they deliberately lied. And by the way, Jake Tapper had a bombshell book exposing the incredible scandal that Biden's mental decline was covered up by Jake Tapper.
Boom. Nice mic drop moment from Ted Cruz. And that's why Tucker Carlson is probably is laying down on the floor in the fetal position right now, licking his wounds. Really interesting take on this. I enjoy Ted Cruz. I do like the fact that President Trump recognizes he and Ted Cruz had a brutal battle in the 2016 election, and then they became friends when President Trump won the nomination. And it's always been that. It's kind of the same thing with Rand Paul. It's not a blood sport to the GOP. The side question today, and we've had some interesting responses to the side question, is there a product or company that you are avoiding because of their political stance, or is there one you support because of their political stance? Martin's in South Jersey and checking in with us. Hello, Martin. Welcome to 1210.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, sir. Good, sir. Thanks for being there.
I was going to say Busch Light, but Henry said it was Bud Light.
It is Bud Light. The Bud Light. You mean the one that had the trans guy on the can?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was Bud Light, and they certainly paid a big penalty for that.
Well, Bush is Bud, so.
That's true. That's true. But that Bush beer, I think, maybe I don't know. I'm not a beer drinker, but I certainly knew the Bud Light story. I think that the amount of money it cost that company was insane. And
good.
I don't think they'll do that again. Probably not. But that's a good one.
No.
Were you a Bud Light drinker, though, Martin?
Yeah, I used to drink it on occasion, and I quit drinking it. It just, using that to sell beer, nah.
Yeah.
That ain't kosher.
I like that. It ain't kosher. That's right. It's definitely not kosher. Thank you, Martin. Appreciate you. Let's grab one more quick call here. The Earl of Tacony back once again. Hello, Earl. What's up?
Hold on 1 second. You got me just as the wind picked up.
Are you in an ice bath or something? What's going on there?
I was going to say a ladder.
I'm on the top of a 3-story building cleaning out a drain before it rains.
There you go.
Really?
So there I
okay.
go.
Well, please be careful.
Yes. Oh, always am. I don't bounce like I used to. First off, my song request.
Yes.
My song request is Hot Fun in the Summertime by the late, great Sly and the Family Stones. Sylvester Stone died last week.
I know. He was a great man. A great musician. He may not have been a great man. He might have been kind of a sketchy individual. But yeah, Hot Fun in the Summer. That's a good one. I like to thank you for letting me be myself again.
But my answer is going to be I'm going to be quick. Amazon. When they had the whole Black Lives Matter thing going on, and someone went and posted All Lives Matter on the Amazon website, and Jeff Bezos said, if you do not wholeheartedly support the Black Lives Matter movement, I do not want you shopping at Amazon. So since I do not support the Cops or Pigs movement, I have not shopped at Amazon since.
Has he not walked back from that? You would think he would have, because, Amazon does a whole lot of business with a whole lot of people.
I don't know whether he did or not, and I really don't care.
Well, I'm going to have to do my homework on that one, because I got to admit, I rely on Amazon for a bunch of things. But if that's still the case, if he hasn't walked that back, I'm going to have to reevaluate my situation. So I appreciate the education.
Well, I hold a grudge because when Ray Kroc's widow went and donated money to Michael Dukakis in 1987, I haven't eaten at McDonald's since. So, I'm in for the long haul.
You're probably healthier because of that, Earl. Just saying.
Yes. So I'm not losing out on that one.
That's a positive twist on that one. But that was kind of weird. I remember that. But I don't go deep into researching the CEOs of companies to see what their personal politics are. But if they are making corporate statements about it, yeah, then I do. But I appreciate you, Earl. Thank you for being there, brother. That's interesting. Very interesting. It is 2:15, and Henry, I think this is yours.
It's Dom's Money Melody. Has all the money gone?
Yeah, Mike, it is time for the Money Melody. Today, we will be playing for a pair of Fandango movie codes to see this summer's high-octane, action-packed ultimate underdog story. F1 the Movie, starring Brad Pitt as Formula One racing hero Sonny Hayes. Only in theaters and IMAX on June 27th from Warner Brothers Pictures. Mike, today, the side question we're asking, what's a company you've or a product you've disassociated with now that they've gone woke, for less of a better term.
Sure.
Cherry Garcia, that was your answer. Obviously, the Ben & Jerry's ice cream flavor named after Grateful Dead guitarist Jerry Garcia. That was your answer. So today I'm going to be playing a cover of the Grateful Dead. I want to know the band covering the Grateful Dead here. Some tidbits about this band. They were formed in San Francisco back in 1991.
Village People.
Not quite. Okay. Not quite. They did have a breakthrough hit single in 1993, which really launched them into stardom here. They have two oh my gosh, I'm blanking on the award name. What's the
you went full Biden.
Yeah, I went full Biden.
Emmy Awards?
Yeah.
Emmy Awards?
No, the music one. The
Grammys.
The Grammys.
The music one,
the music
Tommy.
one. I completely brain farted that. 2 Grammys and another Oscar nomination for their song work on the movie Shrek 2. So if you're familiar with Shrek 2, you might know this band.
Oh, I think I know who this
I'm going to
is.
play the band. You let me know who it is.
Friend of the devil is a friend of mine.
Yeah, very iconic voice coming from this band. Do you think so?
Yeah,
Mike?
and I think, can I give a hint? A hair
Sure.
hint?
Sure, yeah.
Dreads.
Yeah, very distinctive look from this front man here. All right, yeah, that's all I'm going to have today, Mike. 855-839-1210 if you know the name of this band playing.
Excellent. The movie passes are yours if you get it right. 1210 WPHT.
It's that time of year again. Time for the Zioli Army to become the Zioli Navy and storm the beaches of Cape May and join me for our first live broadcast of the summer at my happy place, the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey, Friday, June 20th. These live shows are always the greatest, and I want to see you there. GrandHotelCapeMay.com, Friday, June 20th, our first live show of the summer, and you better be there because it's going to be something to remember.
Does it seem like allergy season is always here? If you suffer, it sure does. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical team at Innovative Medical Associates can offer several remedies, especially if you're an allergy sufferer. Through the use of her unique hydration therapy protocols, Dr. Molly has helped many deal with the day-to-day frustrations in what seems like a forever allergy season. And then there are environmental issues. Many times, after going to medical professionals in several states, people have come to find relief thanks to Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff, and we all know that there are many issues out there in the world. For more information, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit Innovative Medical Associates on their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 to 9 a.m. and again from 4 to 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Heading to the shore and dreaming about upgrading your home? Kitchen Magic can help you fall in love with your kitchen again. We're family-owned, American-made, and tariff-proof, so your remodel stays on budget. This June only, enjoy 24 months, same as cash financing. Don't wait. Get started today at kitchenmagic.com or call 1-800-237-0799. Kitchen Magic since 1979.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
All right, man. I'm finally doing it. I'm proposing, but I need the perfect ring. Where do I go?
Dude, you need to go to Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. They've got a fully stocked case for same-day pickup, or Paul Cozy can create a custom piece just for her. Plus, their diamonds are hand-set and hand-picked. Step up to the 5th C, bro. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy.
I'm in. Found them. CozyJewelers.com. And they're Insta at Cozy Jewelers. This ring is going to be legendary.
Step up to the 5th C, Cozy Jewelers.
Hey, it's Rob Ellis. Excited to be hosting Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra on Ocean City's Boardwalk. It's music, it's comedy, it's all the ups and downs of the Philadelphia sports fans. We've all lived it, and Joe and the City Rhythm Orchestra takes you through it like nobody else.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in Wildwood, July 11th, and with Rob Ellis at the Ocean City Music Fair, Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet?
Not yet.
Do it today.
Okay.
At 1210 WPHT.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
It is 2:23 on this Thursday. Dom Giordano returns tomorrow for Dom Giordano Day to kick off your weekend at Mulligan's down at the shore in Wildwood. Mike Opelka sitting in for today. I was here yesterday, too. Thanks for hanging out with us. In the middle of Dom's Money Melody, let's hear the clue one more time. It's not really a new interpretation, but it is a sweet version of a Dead song. It's I'm digging that.
Oh, totally. They do a great job.
It's well done. Well done. Let's see if the fabulous listeners know. John in Roxborough, welcome. You think you know who that is?
That's Counting Crows.
It is Counting Crows. Adam Duritz. Well done. Well done, sir. Well, his voice is so distinctive, is it not?
Absolutely.
And you know what? When I first started hearing it, I initially thought Hootie and the Blowfish, right? Because it sounds like Darius Rucker a little bit. I never realized how close those two voices are together. But that's
both came out around the same time.
Yeah. Yeah, and Darius is doing country now, and he's a big golfer, which gets him more respect. John, you're the winner. Henry, tell John what he's won.
Yeah, he's won a pair of movie passes to go see F1 the movie. Congratulations, John.
Well done, John. If you don't have a +1, my wife would like to use the other pass. Hang on,
June 27th.
Yeah,
opens now.
Well, and that's next Friday, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm in for Zioli next Friday.
Oh,
so
no. John, you got a date.
You got an open spot, John. I'd get you a very good seatmate who will just stare in loving affection of Brad Pitt every second he's on the screen. I've seen the promos. He's just too pretty.
Yeah.
That's what we should have asked, Henry. Who is man pretty?
Who's too pretty?
Who is man pretty? That'd be a good question. Have you ever met him in person, Brad Pitt?
I have not had the pleasure, no.
The movie Troy came out 1,000 years ago, right? And he was in that movie and pretty much shirtless the whole time because it was the time it was the battles of Troy, and I got to go interview him for that movie event, and I was kind of furious because he's my wife will stop on the television wherever there is a Brad Pitt movie and watch, especially Legends of the Fall. And it's just irritating. And I wanted to hate him. I really wanted to hate him. But I got to tell you, he's not only good looking, he's smart, he's funny, and he's a nice guy. And I really wanted to dislike Brad Pitt, but I couldn't. So I still am furious about it. But how is someone like that, given all that talent, all those good looks, all in one skin? It just doesn't seem fair.
He's got to have some sort of flaw.
Or maybe he's got pictures of somebody that he's holding him. He must have a picture of himself in the attic, like Dorian Gray, that's aging, and he's staying young. No, but he's a good dude. Seems like he's a good dude.
Yeah, he's great. Great actor.
And he's certainly had to tolerate some interesting women in his life. Maybe that's the secret.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's kryptonite.
All right. Questions about what's going on in our international situation and what do we need to know? Well, my friend Tony Schaefer, who is a best-selling author, retired DoD Intel operative, and a Newsmax contributor. An all-around good dude is going to join us just around the corner to give us his take on things, because he certainly knows a thing or two. It's Mike Opelka in for Dom Giordano on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you text RADIO to 64,000. That's RADIO to 64,000. Text RADIO to 64,000.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Donna Dern, this is my husband, George. We've been with Crash Proof since 2011.
Becoming Crash Proof was the best decision with our money that we've ever made. The money we earn is ours, and the interest is added to the principal. So we compound on top of that money, and there's just nothing better than watching that nest egg grow.
In a year where everyone is down, we're still constantly gaining, and it's never going back to where it started.
You let these folks help you out, grow your portfolio, and doesn't cost you a cent.
Look into Crash Proof Retirement. You won't regret it. And just like through turbulent times before, we still fist bump. And we say, yep, we're okay.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club, July 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
The Central Bucks School Board has fired the district superintendent and 4 others over allegations of teachers abusing students with special needs. Thousands of students have spent weeks learning about Black history ahead of today's Juneteenth holiday. Starting today, drivers will be ticketed for blocking or stopping in bike lanes along Spruce and Pine Streets.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves with Active Liver from New Nordic. Find in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or Amazon, or NewNordicUSA.com. Weather sponsored by the Independence Seaport Museum.
We're expecting some scattered thunderstorms this evening, but it should be pretty clear once we get to midnight. 86 tomorrow, mostly sunny. Saturday, high 92 and mostly sunny. For Sunday, maybe a few more clouds with a high of 94. On Monday and Tuesday, we're expecting temperatures to be up around 100.
Discover Philadelphia's river of history and world of connections at the Independence Seaport Museum on Penn's Landing. Explore our region's waterways through hands-on interactive exhibits and more. Plan your visit at phillyseaport.org.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
It's 2:32 on this Thursday. Mike Opelka in for Dom Giordano. Dom returns tomorrow when he kicks off summer at the fabulous Dom Giordano Day celebration at Mulligan's in Wildwood, and everybody's going to be there. It is going to be crowded. It is going to be elbow to elbow, so you want to get there early, be part of the fun, the festivities, the great debate between Linda Kearns and Dom over who is the greatest American singer. Is it Sinatra? Is it Elvis? Brian Wilson. And singer-songwriter, in my opinion. But they're not allowing me in the debate. And the fight over sauce or gravy, we're going to get into it. It might get ugly. They might need to be putting down all sorts of polyethylene sheets inside Mulligan's just to protect in case it gets ugly. But the other thing I've been keeping my eye on for the last week, let's be honest about it, is the war, call it what you want, kinetic activity between Iran and Israel and our participation. And you have to wonder where it's headed. Well, we don't really know. A lot of people are speculating, and there have been several meetings in the Situation Room. But the one guy I lean on all the time for this kind of analysis is my friend Tony Schaefer, best-selling author, retired DOD intel guy. And if you watch Newsmax last Saturday for the coverage of the Army 250th anniversary parade, Tony was anchoring the coverage. Tony, it looked like you were having entirely too much fun last Saturday, my friend.
Well, Mike, always great to join you. And as a matter of fact, it was very both patriotic, historic, and pleasant. And my friend Carl Higbee, a Navy SEAL, was there with me. And I did point out at the beginning of the broadcast, by the way, if you were watching, I pointed out some of the Army literature, which said basically reminding people you have to be all you can be. And apparently, Carl couldn't do that because he was a Navy SEAL. Just saying.
Oh,
he's still a good guy. He's still
a little bit of a shot there over the bow of the Navy SEAL ship. Ouch.
Yeah.
When do they get their parade, Tony? When is their 250th?
I don't know. I think, well, you know, we did talk about trying to do the Navy parade coverage, but we just don't know where it's going to be. I mean, heck, it could be in Norfolk, could be, you know, some other big seaport. So who knows? Who knows at this point?
And speaking of it, looking at our military over the last week, we've been moving a lot of assets around the country, around the planet. I talked earlier about the Flying Pentagon, as it's called, the Night Watch ship, the plane that landed yesterday in D.C. Have you been aboard that plane at all?
No, I've not. I've been close to it, though, out in Omaha in the old days. But, yes, I know what it is, and I know what its purpose is. Anybody who wants to actually see how that operates, there's a great movie called By Dawn's Early Light with Powers Booth and Rebecca De Mornay and the late great James Earl Jones, where they basically, you see this thing being used in a scenario where there's a nuclear exchange. So it is a doomsday airplane, and it's there for the president or other senior leaders to be able to have a command post on the go.
I will be looking that one up. Thank you. I appreciate that. As we watch what's going on, I keep hearing that there may be Iranian negotiators going to visit the White House. That's one thing I never saw happening in my lifetime, Iranians coming to the White House to negotiate with the President of the United States. Surprising to you?
No, I think that much of the situation right now is kind of a game of shadows. And this is where I think people, and Mike, you and I have mutual friends. Some of them are kind of freaking out about the situation. I think people need to just kind of take a deep breath, take a step back, and just kind of let things flow for now. Because I think there's a lot of things which are being said and done that may not result in bad things happening. And I think that's part of why people are so kind of on edge right now about the current way things are going.
Yeah, that's a really interesting. I love the way you put that, but that's right. And we weren't elected. You and I weren't elected, and some of our friends who are making comments weren't elected to make this decision either. I have trust in the president. He is my president, and I have great trust in his ability to read the room and his advisors. So I'm confident he's going to make the right decision. At least I'm feeling pretty good about it right now.
Well, I've told people, if you want to understand what's going on, remember two things, or I should say, read one thing and remember something else. So read Art of the Deal. I always tell people, it's like, read his book. You know, I think you're going to understand a great deal more about how he thinks and why he does what he does if you understand that. And secondly, remember, he's a Reagan guy. He is a disciple of the basic Reagan philosophy of playing poker at the international level. And when you play poker, you take on some risk. And right now, you know, Reagan was able to win the Cold War pretty much without firing a shot against the Russians, right? So, you know, give the man his due, let him do his job, and sit back and just, you know, because I keep hearing, he he broke his promise. Like, really? I haven't seen any broken promises yet. So just saying, you know?
Yeah, when somebody says he's broken a promise, my initial reaction is, okay, which promise? And show me where.
Yeah.
And usually we can't have that happen. Are there things that you would be watching for, things that you think should be happening next or would want to happen next?
Well, I think that the two things which are key is, you know, the Iranians have to comply. I was talking with a close colleague today. A lot of us have seen this Iranian thing kind of metastasize since 1979, since I was in high school. And we have allowed for essentially bad behavior. Several Democrat administrations have rewarded bad behavior by giving the Iranian mullahs literally, Mike, $1.7 billion in cash. I don't know. Do you think that, you know, throwing $1.7 billion at the largest state sponsor of terror on the planet is a good idea? I don't think so. And yet we did that. So if you just look at the things we've done to not kind of like encourage the bad behavior, you know, it's kind of a Harry Truman situation. The buck stops here. So President Trump is going to stop the buck whether people like it or not. Just say it. Secondly, regarding the need to support the Israelis and the effort there, I think the Israelis have done masterfully in getting the Iranians essentially demilitarized. And much of what they've done, we should follow on with, not with military force, but with some opening for them to get off, you know, the path of terror. And I think there's an opportunity here to do that. So I would look to see if there's actually a regime change in Iran, or if the mullahs see the light, and you know, maybe they think twice about President Trump's offer to let them go see Allah. You think that might that they may want to rethink that, because he's offered that. So
yes,
just saying.
he has. I can arrange a very quick trip to meet Allah. That's very interesting.
Right.
Yeah, President Trump usually makes that very clear, that we know where you live, and we don't have to visit you in person. We can drop a welcome package from about 30,000 feet, and it will be delivered with great accuracy. What about, Tony Schaefer, as we talk about the potential American involvement, what about the Chinese involvement? There were stories kind of floating today that said unmarked planes from China delivered what could be some serious weaponry to the Iranians. That would be a game changer if, by any chance, China delivered a nuke to Iran. Any chance that could even be happening?
I don't think they give them a nuke. I know that the design that the Iranians have been working from is a Chinese design. As a matter of fact, it's the same design the Libyans got that when Gaddafi gave up his nuclear program. I think the Libyans kind of confirmed that. Just saying. So with that said, I think there's other things the Chinese could give them that would be essentially helping them defend themselves. But let me put it this way: if the Iranians have, and I do believe they do, I think I'm in the school of they've got 2 or 3, maybe up to 8 nuclear weapons. Like they're almost like a problem, because you really can't use them. It's like, okay, you got them, and we find out you got them for sure, we're going to come, get them.
Yeah.
And they really can't use them, because I think that's why the Israelis were active when they did. They were not to the point, the Iranians, to mount these things on an effective delivery system. That is to say, yeah, you can have nuclear weapons all day, but how are you going to get them to a target? And if you can't put them on ballistic missiles, and by the way, Mike, as I think we all recognize, the Israelis went after all of their ballistic missile sites and programs as well, because that's the primary way they probably would have gone with them. So it's problematic. Yeah, they may have a handful of nukes, and the answer is, yeah, we need to know where they're at. We need to grab them or destroy them. The other thing I've found that people are kind of curiously unworried about is radiation. Nobody's talking about checking for radiation. Did they hit the things that they said they did? Is there any residual stuff coming out of it? It's been kind of a peculiar silence on the whole issue of radiation from the sites they've hit. So those are a couple things that people ought to be paying attention to.
Well, there was a heavy water reactor that the Israelis hit in Iran, and the IAEA today said that they weren't afraid of any real radiation leakage from it. So there does seem to be some awareness. But I'm like you. I'm wondering, they've had enriched material for a while now, and where's that been stored, and what's been done with that? I'd like to know.
Exactly. Yeah. So they've hit, at least 60 sites overall. Some of those are supposed to be enrichment sites. Like, okay, what happened to the enriched uranium? Because they had some. We know that. So that's where I'm kind of curious.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that as well. Anything else you're keeping an eye on, Tony Schaefer? Are you making any other Newsmax appearances in the immediate future that we should be plugging?
No, I'm on at 3:05. Since I'm done here, I'm going to be on American Agenda. Then I've got Chris Salcedo. Then I've got some other show at 9, one on the main channel, whatever one that is. So no, I've got a busy evening, and I'll be talking about all the same stuff we're talking about here. One of the things I've noticed that nobody's talking about is Zelensky. Did you know that? Zelensky's upset that President Trump stood him up at the G7, and they didn't get to have a deep and detailed meeting of the minds. Apparently, that was Zelensky really wanted that, and he was stood up. I guess he was left the bill too of all the French soup and everything he ordered for the meeting and everything.
Well,
so.
I heard that all of those Abrams tanks that we provided are basically gone as well.
That's true. Well, they weren't the best models. That's true, but. At the same time, they kind of, from what I've seen, the tactics, and I was watching some of this today, the tactics they used for those tanks kind of got them destroyed. You don't send tanks out 1 and 2 and kind of let them kind of get shot at. That's not really the purpose of tanks. Tanks are an offensive weapon, and they should be used in conjunction with artillery and infantry. If you use them on their own, yeah, of course they're going to get destroyed. So I did not see the optimal use of the armor we gave the Ukrainians. So I would watch Ukraine because Pete Hegseth has made it very clear that we're not going to resupply the Iranians at this point. I mean, the Ukrainians.
Yeah. I hope we're not resupplying the Iranians either. That would be a bad move.
You never can tell, So,
no, not with this administration.
That's something I'd watch.
Well,
that's something I'd watch.
We appreciate it, and if you want to see what Tony's up to, Newsmax, he's all over Newsmax. But follow him on Twitter, X. It's great stuff. Tony Schaefer, thanks for sharing your brain with us at all times, sir.
Thanks for having me today.
Appreciate you. I need to take a break. When we come back, we will line up whatever is the list of suggestions for products, companies that you have decided don't deserve your business because of their political stance. Mine was Ben & Jerry's because of their politics, even though Cherry Garcia was so good. Even Chunky Monkey was good. But no mas because they don't like America. Sorry, not with it. And some of your calls on that subject will pick today's selection. It's Mike Opelka in for Dom Giordano on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save a buck or two. The bad.
Kevin, there's no hot water.
So you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating.
Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems.
Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
You log into your DSP. It's confusing. Where do you build a campaign? Where's the report? Targeting's vague, CTV's tacked on and overpriced. Then you find Viant. Setup? Just a chat prompt. AI does the rest. Targeting? People-based and precise across premium publishers. Measurement? Transparent, outcome-driven. And CTV? We've led since streaming meant something. Viant is the DSP that actually gets advertising. Still trading on a desk? Visit Viant.ai to unlock real results today.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
It's 2:50. Mike Opelka in for Dom. Dom returns tomorrow. Very excited about tomorrow's show. We have double remotes tomorrow. Is there anything better than this radio station? Really launching the weekend from the shore, starting with a Dom Giordano Day down at Mulligan's at the shore in Wildwood, and then following up with Zioli down at his happy place in Cape May. It's truly the shore station. It's great. Fantastic. Going to be a big day. Dom returns for his big day, and then Zioli will be ensconced in his happy place, as he says. Should be a lot of fun. We have to take care of a little business here. Let's get back to the phones. Chef Dave in Oakland. Hey, Chef. Welcome.
Hey, what's going on, man?
You tell me what's today's special.
Sour cherry hot pepper jelly.
Ooh.
That's what I'm making right now.
All right.
Sour pepper hot.
And Dom and Henry.
Wow. That sounds good. What are we putting that on? Henry's
you could put it on like pork and stuff like that, or you could just make peanut butter and jelly sandwich like I do.
I like that. I like that. That's very good. Very good, Chef. Excellent. So, Chef, you want to get in on the list of products, businesses you don't support anymore because of their political stance. We've had Hoverboard, Nike, Walmart, Disney, Diamonds, which was interesting, the NFL, Unilever, which is the owner of Ben & Jerry's as well, Bud Light, Amazon. What's yours?
Mine is Jane Fonda, a.k.a. Hanoi Jane.
Yeah, Hanoi really annoys me, Jane. That's very good. Jane Fonda. Jane Fonda, for not just for the betrayal of our country, but do you remember when Jane Fonda talked recently during the COVID outbreak when she said, well, I'll let you hear her words herself.
COVID is God's gift to the left.
And then she laughed about it. She said COVID was God's gift to the left and then laughed about it. That's it. She's evil. I'm not in the Jane Fonda business either. And
She's a communist, and she doesn't believe in God anyway.
That's true.
Come on. Hanoi Jane? My father, then the American Legion, threw her out of Asbury Park in 1972.
That's fantastic.
I
Well
went
done.
there, too. I was a little kid. It was great.
That's excellent. Excellent. Great nomination. I like that. Well done, Chef. Thank you. Appreciate you. Let's get one more in here. One more nomination here. Don in Franconia. Hello, Don.
Hello, Mike. Viagra's the answer to my question, but let me explain.
Uh-oh. Wait a minute. So the product you no longer use is Viagra? You're boycotting it?
No. I never used it.
Okay.
I should have. But anyway, to make a long story short, 12 years ago, I had a heart attack.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And I had a friend of mine who was a Democrat. And he had his heart attack before I did, and he had a doctor he was going to. I didn't have one. So he gave me the name of the doctor, so I got in to see him. But he told me, he says, you're probably not going to like him because the doctor's a Democrat. So I said, oh, that's all right. I'll be all right. So the first visit I had with the heart doctor, I got into an argument with him. So he knew I was not a Democrat. So he asked me right off the bat, he says, do you take Viagra or any of those substances? I says, no. He says, well, don't. He says, you shouldn't take them in your situation. However, this friend of mine who had the heart attack, he never told him not to take Viagra or any of those substances, so I assumed he was using them. So to make a long story short, ever since then, I've had to limp along while I was in bed, and my wife ends up getting the short end of the stick every time.
I don't think we have any more need for any more callers. I think we have our winner, Henry. What do you say?
Yeah, I'll second that.
I'm going to flip over all the cards, as they used to say, on What's My Line. That's a winner right there. Don and Franconia, thank you. We're putting your name in the hat for tomorrow. I wonder how Dom is going to explain that. I just wonder.
Yeah, out of context, like, Henry, what does this one mean? I'm like, I got to tell the whole story again.
Just play it back. That's all you do. You got to clip it, play it back for him. He'll understand if he hears it. That's great. Well done, Don. Well done, sir. It has been my honor, my privilege, my pleasure to be here today. Zioli is waiting in the wings. He'll give you the details on the incredible job he did yesterday with speech. It was a great time. Till next time, it's Mike Opelka saying thank you and reminding you, testudo, my friends, testudo.
It's time to graduate into a new Hyundai with no increase in your monthly payment at Colonial Hyundai. That's right, only at Colonial. Graduate into new technology, styling, and better gas mileage. And save big! For a limited time, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000 off. And even if your trade is less than an A+, we'll give you $6,500 for your trade, no matter the condition. Guaranteed! Only at Colonial Hyundai. It's the perfect time to move up to a new Hyundai and take advantage of the best financing in the business at Colonial Hyundai with rates as low as 0%. And every new 2025 Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at ColonialHyundai.com. Graduate into a new Hyundai at Colonial Hyundai. The fast, easy, better way to buy a Hyundai. In-stock vehicles only. Tax and tax additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires 6/30/2024.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to